The chair will now call this budget hearing for the first electoral district, today, June 8th, to order. And let the record reflect that with 10 members present, we have duly established a quorum to proceed on today's order of business. And now, if I can hear any motion for adoption of this today's agenda.
That's what it was.
There is a motion for the adoption of today's agenda, and it has been seconded.
Rec.
All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it.
What network?
We now move forward to our next order of business, which is public comments, and at this time, we welcome anyone in the public who wishes to make comments. Being that there is no comments from the public, we now move to our order of business, and the chair will now like to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Mayor Aubrey Pokuk and the people of ROTA for a warm welcome and for allowing us to use this mayor's office conference hall to conduct this budget hearing. So with that said, we have many invited testimonies. We will be entertaining the office of the mayor tomorrow morning. So we will start on today's proceedings with the ROTA Municipal Council. And at this time, I welcome Chairman Jonathan H. Lizama, Vice Chairwoman Sandra M. Mosga, and Secretary P. C. Tamanyo to today's proceeding. And I give you the floor, Chairman Lizama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chairman and esteemed members of this body. My name is again Jonathan H. Lizama, Chairman of the 20th ROTA Municipal Council. I have with me here our Secretary of the ROTA Municipal Council, Ms. Tilly Castro Tamanyo, and also Vice Chairman Sandy Masco.
No, iPhone, sorry, but
I'm honored. I'm honored to serve as the chairman for the ROTA Municipal Council as we come together for this budget hearing. I want to emphasize my commitment to responsible and transparent government. Our goal is to ensure that every dollar allocated reflects the priority and real needs of our people. ROTA is a place of natural beauty, rich culture, and strong community values. Beautification is not simply about our appearance, it's about investment. Clean, safe, and well-maintained public spaces uplift community morale, reduce crime, and create positive and lasting impression of our tourists who become our advocate once they leave. Tourism remains a vital part of our community, our economy, and with strategic investment in beautification such as road cleanup, aside RNG maintenance, landscaping, and restoration of cultural sites. We can enhance the overall experience of visitors while also improving the quality of life of our residents. This funding is not just for expense, it's a catalyst of our economy, growth, job creation, and community pride. I urge this body to view beautification and tourism sites not as a secondary need, but essential component of thriving and resilient ROTA. I hope that you all grant our request for these FTEs so that our agencies can continue to render public service to the people of ROTA. Thank you for your time and consideration on our request, and welcome to your home.
Thank you, Chairman Lizama. Just by reviewing, just for the record, it is reflected that the municipal council's request were 51,000 above what the governor's proposal submission to the legislature. And I believe you guys have requested that for the budget proceedings, and maybe perhaps you can walk us through with those additional requests of the amount of 51,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For your question is, so as for now, each members has been, their operation has been, allotted, 275 a month for each member. And that's just operation, and, I mean, 275, I mean, just this 1 month alone in our operation, 275, I don't know where we're going to go with that. That's probably like a 1 week, even less. That's why we're asking, because we are so active with our youth. We're active with our community, and also we try to maintain places that hasn't been adopted by any agencies, and also each department has their own responsibility in sites. So we try to tackle as much as we can in our tourism sites. Like for example, we just started the Chongkolulu site, and we wanted to again just show the, because we have the let me put it this way, we have the biggest Chongkolulu on ROTA on the cinema right now that we want to just display to our people and also our visitors. Not only tourists but our cinema. I can say our local people are even our tourists, right? Saipan, Tinian, and Guam. So, and also, the Municipal Council is very active in the sports program for youth, and actually we just launched right now for our youth sports for the summer coming up. But again, we're always asking for assistance between our ROTA delegation, our mayor's office. And we want to just try doing something in our own, like from our office. We're always asking, and that's our job, is to always request for a budget, just so we can again help our people and our youth. So that's basically, and also our fuel. We always say this in our every budget hearing. Our fuel is again expensive, and we just try as much to again, lower down our operations. But again, it's so high demand, especially here in ROTA, being small community. Our community is so anxious for us to just be active, active in what we do for our community. So again, I'm asking about our steam body, can assist us in not a big way, but in a way where we can be again transparent with our people and just continue doing our service. Thank you.
Thank you for your response, Chairman. I can see here that you did indeed request 6,000 for fuel and lubrication, but there is also a request of the tune of 5,000 for technology equipment. What is this technology equipment that you're trying to acquire?
Right now, because we have our office equipment, we're lacking our printers, and also inks. We're having a hard time in purchasing our inks. Sometimes we gotta pick it up in our pocket, or again ask other agencies if they can help us, or go to the neighbor and print out our. We go to another department, ask if we can print out our stuff. So those are the challenges that we have, and also we have to order it from Saipan. We have to pay for freight. All those little things that ROTA has a hard time with is the hardest part. The little things are the hardest. So I hope the body can see that, and also again assist us in those issues. It doesn't have to be what we ask for, but a little bit of something will really help our agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. And at this time, I open the floor for any members who may have questions. Recognize the Vice Chairman, Representative Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chairman, Secretary, and to the people of ROTA. Thank you guys for having us, and we appreciate the hospitality. And just being here in Rota, it's very stress-free. Chairman, you had mentioned that, so the proposal is 8 NOPs, correct? And the request is how many NOPs?
5.
5 more? So a total of 13?
Well, that used to be our original number, you know, for the past, but I guess we were cut down to
To 8?
8.
Okay, so we request for
I mean, just,
13.
I know, we're always just requesting for, you know, how it was. You know, so I understand it was cut, I understand the crisis that we are going through, you know, but if you guys, you know, this body has it and could render that assistance to Rota, we would be proud, and, you know, as CNMI, we would, you know,
Thank
Thank you.
you. Thank you for that. Is there any other sources that the municipal council is able to make in regards to like any fee charges or other types of, I guess, like charges for programs? Is there something? Well, you guys have a revolving account?
No, not at this,
No
not at this
revolving
time,
account.
sir.
Is there something that's a possibility for you guys in your work as municipal council members? And I know you service the public, and you go beyond not just within your office. You also assist with the various departments, just like the mayor's office. I guess this question is really gonna be a generalized question to the mayor's office and to each line item department, so we
Yes.
can be creative enough on the budget to allow you guys to make additional funds
Yes, yes.
that will not be succumb to the general fund, that would allow you guys to be able to
I
touch those
actually,
funds.
I understand what you're saying. Yes, we do think about that a lot, about putting in some charges to what we're trying to do or what the community needs, right? I understand what you're trying to say. We also, again, being here in Rota is just, you know, really difficult. Sometimes we try to make that kind of program where, for example, like your ID, right? You come and you do all of that. So we're trying to find something also as the members to have some charges in but right now, no, we don't have anything right now in our plan for that.
And I guess maybe this is more, it's a little bit unfair to the municipal council, right?
Yeah.
Because you guys have your own day-to-day job, your regular jobs, and then on top of that, you have your responsibility as a member of the municipal council. I guess the idea here is how we're gonna be able to assist not just the mayor's offices, but the resident directors to
Yes.
be able to kind of mirror a charge that the central government is charging, so that they can get a percentage of it. And that's going to be our task, to be creative on that language, to be able to allow each respective departments and even the mayor's office, that would funnel down also to the municipal council in assisting the people of Rota, and make more types of local funds, no, per se, that's outside of the touch of the general fund, so that you'll be able to utilize those funds for your operations or even for personnel. And if we're able to do to get those languages in here, it's to the benefit of most specifically Rota and Tinian because of Amendment 25.
Okay.
And I think it's important that we do that, and I guess we're gonna have a line of departments that'll be coming up and testifying in regards to the budget submission, but we'll work with each line item department. And I apologize because this might be really an unfair question to the municipal council, but more effective on the mayor's level and the department level, so that we can generate revenue specifically for the island of Rota. In this case, no, and when we get to Tinian, it's going to be the same thing, so we can mirror the same language that would be beneficial to the municipality, rather than than be reliant on just the general fund. So you guys can be creative with how you guys move funds.
Actually, I understand what you're trying. Yeah, we actually thought about it. Like for example, like the zoning, we have we don't have that here. You know, I believe that the zoning goes through the municipal council. That's what we hear. And also, again, we're even actually thinking about the local, our local ordinance. You know, like in our, for example, our wildlife. You know, we've seen Palau's the way how they operate there. So I know we can do some local ordinance in also like fishing and hunting. I understand we have a law already, but that's from the wildlife. But from our side, you know, where we can have, and then I believe too, you know, if you want to go, for example, this month is Lagwa season, right? And then again, we can also, but the way how I see Palau operates their whole island, I mean I'm actually inspired to the way how they operate their place, and everybody's just so transparent in following local laws. And actually we're actually looking into that, and again, like you said, that is a very good thing for us to have a revolving fund. And but yes, thank you for that, and we'll make sure we note that and do more research on that.
Okay, so that's a good point, no? I
Yeah.
mean, we have CNMI laws and we have federal laws,
Yes.
and you guys have municipal ordinance from Amendment 25. You guys can strengthen it, I
Yes.
mean, make it stricter, no? So I think you guys should do that. That's in your full control. But on this side, from the budget side, we'll do our part to be creative in assisting you guys in creating additional funds for the municipality outside of the general fund's ability to touch those monies. Because let's say that we get into a state of financial emergency,
Yes.
the general fund is going to be tapped. But if we're able to include this stuff at least in this budget, then moving forward, maybe make it more of a permanent status for each municipality, and then those monies will be considered local funds and can never be overreached by declaration of emergencies outside of the general fund.
Understand.
No?
Yes,
So
right.
thank you again, and thank you,
Thank
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Are there any other members that have questions for the Municipal Council? Recognize Representative Julie Ogo.
Thank you, Chairman Jonathan Lizama and JP. So can you just, I believe one of your largest expense for under the operations is fuel, is that correct?
Yes.
So in line with Rep. Atto's, suggestions, I believe that municipal council, they do services like tents, they provide tents to the community, maybe community events or like for funeral or something in that line of services, right?
Correct.
So, with the revolving account, this makes maybe, put in a small, just a small, charge to help with the fuel, even like $5 or something to deliver the tent and set up, something like that, or even $10 like that.
Yes, we actually brought that up. We talked about that. I said, again, the service that we give is 100%. But we always talk about with the members. Hey, we don't have fuel. We need to start charging. I understand all of that. But again, when we look back again to our community and what's going on in our island, we try to pull back again and just say,
Yeah.
that decision again is tough. That's how we say tough love, tough community. And but
Yeah.
again, I hear
the
Rep,
struggle.
we do talk about that with our members and our staff, and again, hopefully we can actually hammer the table on this and start charging.
And you did mention about maintaining that bonsai, the largest bonsai tree, right?
Yes.
I've actually looked into grants for that, so maybe that's something that you can also look
yes,
into.
We so we have our
to protect
secretary
it,
here.
yeah.
She's our grant writer, and I'm going to keep her busy.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, okay. Yeah, look into grants, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Ogo. Are there any other members that have questions for the Municipal Council? If there is none, Chairman Jonathan Nizama and Secretary Tilly Tamanyo, we thank you on behalf of this August body for coming before us and sharing your requests and concerns to better provide services for our dear people of the First Senatorial District. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the body. But if there's any opportunities from your office, you know, for ROTA, we'll gladly like to hear it, you know, and also any advice and, you know, suggestions or opportunities for our island, you know, feel free to email us and we'll avail to whatever you guys okay? Thank you.
Cesar Sumasa.
Likewise too, so. Secretary, you want to say anything?
Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Cesar Sumasa. Okay, next up on our schedule would be the Department of Finance. Thank you, RD, for coming on today's budget hearing. And at this time, I give you the floor, and please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Okay, there, it's on now. Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for coming to ROTA with your staff and leaving your families behind to join us today so that we can petition for our budget for fiscal year 2026. My name is Avery Hokukavu. I am the resident director for the Department of Finance here on ROTA. I was wondering, were you guys able to get a copy of my budget submission?
Yes, we do, and we also have the breakdown before us on your budget requests.
Yes, thank you. You know, this budget request, I have been submitting about the same budget requests since fiscal year 2021. I have made minor adjustments to the amounts, mostly to increase the within grade for my staff so that what is supposed to be their current level will not be forgotten. So I wanted everyone to understand that the staff at the Department of Finance are still at the level of fiscal year 2020 or 2021. They are still owed so many. So it's frustrating to us that we have to prepare a yearly performance rating and fill out a WGI form for our staff, and yet it becomes nothing but a promise on paper. And I bring this up because I know you guys when you guys took a look at my budget request for personnel, it seems to be overly inflated for the financial situation that we are in. But I refuse to remove it and continue requesting for their current salaries because at some point we have to hold ourselves accountable, because my staff, despite knowing that every year they're probably going to get the same salary, their main request is to ensure that the 80 hours continues in the next fiscal budget. And I was going to ask that if you guys can ensure that the 80 hours is maintained and we don't go into austerity measures, but I would not be doing my staff service because they are performing the jobs of something that they are not fairly compensated at. And if you guys read my budget submission, you will see that almost every single member of my staff is performing their primary duties, and their other duties as assigned is so much larger than what is their primary duties. So when you see that I'm asking for promotionary positions, and I'm asking for new FTEs, despite the fact that ROTA seems to be a small operation, when we're asking investors to open casinos and stores and increase, build a larger airport, those things require enforcers. We need more inspectors. We need more revenue agents. We need something at the Department of Finance here on ROTA more than just a technician. I cannot continue to ask my technicians to perform the jobs of agents. I cannot continue to ask my managers to perform the jobs of multiple divisions. I am going to run my staff into the ground. They are nearing burnout, but every day they come with 100% and somehow they pull out 10 more. I'm already embarrassed to come to work. And every budget season, I'm sick. I'm actually on sick leave today because my blood pressure cannot go down. Namamalo, babay continua matumagi pa itsetso sa babay fana imanyaw. So tuwa na janggin humalong inuebo na fiscal year budget, 20 para parewa. I appreciate that we were given $15,000 for our operating budget this fiscal year, because previously we were operating at zero. And when you're running a department with such essential services, as the Department of Finance, you should not give us a zero budget and then tell us to look to the mayor or our ROTA delegation for funding. We are the enforcement arm of our government. We are the regulators, we are the collectors. We should not be put in a position where we have to be begging for funding, because sometime down the road, maybe not my staff, because these people have a high level of ethics and standards and pride to the job that they do. They would not be coming to work at this meager wage if they did not have that. But somewhere down the line, if we continue to unfairly compensate them at the wages that they are now and then not give them an operating budget to do their job, somebody is going to start stealing. Somebody is going to start letting things into ROTA that is not, and it's not good for our island. Somebody is going to start cutting corners or making deals. And that is not something that should be in the Department of Finance. I'm not saying it is. I don't believe it will be. But if it continues this way, and we have new staff members that I don't know, who they will be, we can't guarantee that we will have the same level of professionalism that we have right now. People nowadays need a competitive wage, but here on ROTA, my staff is just asking for a livable wage, something that matches the dignity and service that we invest into our CNMI government. If you were to give us the same salary next fiscal year, my staff will still give you the same level of service and dedication that they're giving you guys today. They will not remove it. They will not decrease it. They will not dilute it. But you cannot continue to do this disservice to them. I know that this is not just your guys' decision, and I'm sorry that it's sounding like I'm just accusing you guys of it. I understand, we're the Department of Finance, we know and we see where the money goes. And that's probably the insulting part, is we see where the money goes. And it is not going to where it should be going. I know I got a little bit too emotional, but getting back on track with operations, the Customs Biosecurity Services, and I want to stress, we do not only need fuel and toners. There is way more going on in our department than just that. But we are grateful for whatever this committee will assess and decide what will be our fate for next year. The Customs Biosecurity has 2 working vehicles. They are right now in dire need of repairs. I want to ask for 2 brand new vehicles, but if you guys can give us a budget to repair and maintain our vehicles so that the staff can drive to and from their workstation safely, we would really appreciate that. We have transmission issues, we have brake issues. The one vehicle that we have that is being shared by Treasury, Accounting, Administration, and Revenue and Tax has had brake issues since 4 years ago. We are using the procurement truck to run all our services. So we basically have one car for those 4 divisions. So when you have one car for those 4 divisions, and we have back deposits, and we have revenue enforcement activity that's supposed to be happening, it's not going to be something that's going to be constant. We actually need, I think, if you look at my request, a large amount of it went for professional development. Department of Finance has a new system for revenue, and our Munis system continues to have updates. My staff is currently receiving training on their cell phone. Okay? They're receiving training online, they're listening to it on their cell phones, and they're trying to do the best possible job they can comprehending something so technical on their cell phones. We need you guys to please invest in the staff's development so that we can send them this iPad and they can receive the proper training in order to do their jobs. Revenue enforcement needs proper training. They cannot continue to operate the way they were, where somebody flies in, shows them what to do out in the field once a year, and then the rest of the year they're getting instruction via the telephone that they may or may not answer in a timely manner when situations arises. We can't function that way, especially if we're going to be going in to regulate stuff, to investigate something. If I was a business owner and you came to my door and you're saying you came to check whether you're going to shut down my establishment, and then you tell me to hold on because you need to get feedback and further instructions, I want to tell you to leave and come back when you know what you're doing. So, I don't know if you guys noticed our Treasury Department, our Treasury Division. They used to be my office and we cut a hole in the wall. Department of Finance is not supposed to look like this. And not because we want something luxury. It is open air and it is not secure or safe. We have taxpayers' information that we are responsible for. We need to have a physical building that is just for Department of Finance so that we can work in a conducive environment. We are so grateful to the mayor for allowing us to move back. We had a facility in Sinapalo, and the vendor was willing to compromise to have a 1 year's rental of only $13,000.
Moving us back here to this free space cost the municipality about $29,000 just to install our system. And that's just a few feet. We've abandoned the request of last year to move to the courthouse, because we understand that our request of $65,000 to put our system in place was something that our government could not handle at the moment. But it was heartbreaking to swallow that we could not fund a $13,000 rental, and then it turned around and cost us double that just to move back here. We need to do more. I had promised myself that if this fiscal year and nothing happens for my staff, I will tender my resignation, because I do not feel effective in my job. And I'm not saying this for you guys to feel sorry for me. Do not feel sorry for me. I earn $40,000 to do what I'm doing, and I'm still not able to bring my staff to what they deserve. Please have mercy and feel sorry for my staff, because they are the ones who are doing the jobs. They are the ones doing the heavy lifting, and they're the ones who deserve to be compensated. Please stop funding travels for meetings. Please stop funding travels for conferences. Our department has been running for years. We attend everything online. Our technological advances, it does not require anybody to be flying, much less if a party of 10 is going to fly to Rota just to tell the mayor, we're doing our best, we're sorry, but we cannot help you. They could have given the mayor that through an email. So please stop funding. We joke around about it here in Rota that it's called government tourism. And we know it because our customs agents tell us about it. We laugh about it. I'm stationed here. I know who comes through our doors. So it's very insulting for us here on Rota to see 10 people fly in, but we recognize only 2 people actually working. Where are the rest? If you guys want to find out where money should go, maybe that's the first thing you guys need to look at and start asking, why do you need a whole team? Because that $1,200 per person coming to Rota for one day, that money could go to the Department of Public Safety. They don't have to continue having their divisions split so that they can accommodate a patrol schedule so that they don't pay their staff overtime. Give that money to that department because they need fuel. You want patrol, you want a safer community, move that money there. Take that money, give it to the Department of Public Works because they have so many projects at the back of our island that they need to maintain instead of giving it for government tourism. We have to start holding so many people accountable because this is taxpayers' funds. And I cannot continue to ask my staff, buy your own office consumables because the government is not going to pay for it. We have more priority things. I'm tired of making my priority listing because even though it is understood that the Department of Finance has federal mandates, we have local mandates that require our department inspectors to be certified by yearly for their guns. They have to have CETA certification. When I have to look for funding for that, it's insulting to say good morning and welcome to Rota to those people who I know are just picking up their cargo and the rest only 2 were working. Maybe I'm going to have to start taking pictures for you guys And whether or not they're using their revolving funds for that, whether or not they're using their grantee funds for that, it still took money away from all other departments that needed it. So when you guys are divvying out how the money needs to be spent, look at where the wasteful spending is going. Because people are suffering here. I know people are suffering in Tinian and in Saipan, but here on Rota, the cost of living is very high. And if my household, where both of ours are making over 40,000, it's difficult in our house. I can imagine what the household pension is in my staff, who is a single mother at 21,000. So when you guys go back and you guys are evaluating it, please take a look at that. I'm gonna keep going on a tangent, so I think I'm just gonna stop because I went off script and I'm a little bit emotional. I can feel my blood pressure rising. So if you guys have any questions, I'm ready for it.
Thank you, Caldwell. So I just wanted to ask a question. You mentioned in your beginning of your testimony that you have worked on paperwork for your staff for within rate increase. What is the status of that? Because joining us also, we have also Ms. Jasmine Camacho from OMB, who is joining us virtually. So when you said it's only in paper, what do you mean by it's only in paper? Are these papers rounded, and where are they at? The governor released a directive, right, that all WGIs are to be suspended. So what I'm talking about is every year at our staff's anniversary, the performance review is done. We write a justification letter, especially if you were to give them excellent rating. I'm still waiting on the merit awards for my staff from 21. That, for some reason, cannot happen. Then followed by that is the paperwork for a wage increase. We fill that out and I sign it and we send it back. Where it is, I'm gonna guess it's at OPM, and I'm told it cannot be entertained until such time that our economy is better and the WGIs are put back in place. My problem with that is I have 2 staff members who are my managers. They have no other position to be promoted into. The only thing left for me to fairly compensate them is their wage increase. I actually have no issues promoting them into a director position because they honestly deserve it. But when there's nothing else, why would you suspend it for them when they can't promote into anything else? At least make exceptions for them. You know, when we write out these justifications, they want concrete examples of why you gave them rating, why you believe they deserve a wage increase, and we do the due diligence in that. So when I get back an answer that is just blanketed for the entire department, for the entire CNMI government, and then, we hear that appointees are getting a large salary that is over the cap. It's hard for me to come back to my staff and tell them I'm sorry, but the governor's directive is like this is the policy right now, maybe later. It's difficult, it's hard to swallow. Thank you for that clarification. And you mentioned also that you have vehicles under the biosecurity that are very in poor conditions. And I see also that you have requested $35,000 for vehicles This request, is it to entertain those poor condition vehicles, or you're requesting for a different division under your department?
Are you talking about my request for biosecurity?
No,
Yes.
there is a request of 35,000 for vehicles.
That is probably for revenue and tax and treasury. I
So it's
really-
not for biosecurity. Because you mentioned that there's
Yes.
2 vehicles that are in poor condition. But this request was not to entertain
Not-
the biosecurity.
No. For biosecurity, we have requested for 1 pickup truck, and the request amount for that is 135,000, because we needed it to have a police package. We had an incident where we detained somebody, but there was no divider between the driver and the person being detained in the back. And mind you, my inspectors just got issued their handcuffs, I think 2 months ago. But at that time, they did not have, they had to have DPS be the one to put the handcuffs on, then they put them in our truck. You know, all kinds of horrible scenarios could have happened from Seaport all the way over to DPS's detention, to their facility, not having that divider there. So when we're seeing that pickup trucks of $55,000 are being bought for XYZ, and I have to tell my inspectors, I'm sorry for about your safety and your well-being, but we're gonna have to continue bringing our beat-up pickup truck to Department of Public Works to be serviced.
Okay, so that leads me to my next question then. Are there any assistance given from the Division of Biosecurity up in Saipan? I'm sure there's some vehicles that were purchased, perhaps some grants. Are there any support, is what I guess I'm asking from perhaps Director Mofnas from Saipan to kind of help out also with the biosecurity here in the First Senatorial District?
Director Mofnas provides ROTA one of the best supports that I could have ever asked for. That director, anything that he knows that we need, he provides it. So that relationship with that division is good. The problem is, I do not want to abuse that relationship. You know,
Okay.
I highly respect our mayor. So before I ask outside, we ask here at home first.
Okay.
Director Mofnas did send a sedan down, but it's not for enforcement operations. The vehicle that I'm asking for is primarily, it was supposed to be for our K-9 unit.
Okay.
But we lost our K-9 unit last year because our inspector, it was frustrating for him to not know whether there was going to be food for our K-9 officer. It was frustrating for him to wonder whether he's going to be compensated overtime. When I'm telling him that we can't give you comp time, and I don't have funding to pay you overtime, but I need you to work, the math doesn't work there. So he left to find a better job. And actually, I ended up losing 2 of my newly hired inspectors because they were not able to feed their families properly on the wage of $21,219. Here on ROTA, that means almost nothing. That's like, I don't even know what you could buy with that salary. I know what I can't buy with my salary, and it's a lot. So I don't even want to imagine what being a father at 21,000 looks like. Yeah. I'm anticipating the resignation of 1 other inspector for the same reasons. They need a more competitive legal wage.
By 2027, I'm going to have another inspector retire. Right now, biosecurity is being ran by 3 inspectors. And when you have an operation that has to inspect 15,000 pounds, and there's 1 person at every port, we're gonna miss something.
Right, so, which brings me, when you mentioned that you lost the canine, you lost the inspector, or where is the canine dog? Is it returned back to Saipan?
We had to return the canine back to Saipan
Are
because there
there
was no handler.
Are there any efforts to bring that canine back to,
We would love
Rhoda?
to bring the canine back. The thing is, I would have to have funding. I would have to have a way more competitive wage because this is a 24-hour job, okay? This is not just a 7:30 to 4:30. This person has to go and check on the dog every few hours, 7 days a week.
and the obligation for the food for the dog is upon the
It is
municipality?
supposed to be upon the municipality,
But
but
there is that
Saipan
support
Central
is
is
bringing those
providing
food
that,
here. Okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And you did also mention earlier in your testimony that you are grateful, as we can see also, that there was roughly almost 1,500 that was actually given to your department from the governor's proposal for operation, and I'm glad that you realized that. So I'm going to open up now the floor for any members that have questions for Artie. Okay, let me recognize the vice chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, RD.
Good morning.
Thank you again for the hospitality. So the WGI said, I understand that the annual packet has to be there kind of to follow your employees, and these employees fall directly under the Department of Finance, correct?
Yes.
And there's only 2 under your office?
No, we have 22 staff members, but what I'm saying is only 2 of my staff members are managers, and they don't have any other position that they could promote into
Okay.
unless I'm going to make them directors, which I have no problem doing.
Okay. And so these, out of the 22 employees in the Department of Finance, when was the last WGI, outside of Customs and Biosecurity?
The last one, some of them they received their fiscal year 21 WGI, and I think we have one, which is one of our managers, who her last WGI was for fiscal year 2020.
So let's just say 2021 for everybody outside of
Yes.
biosecurity, you know? Do you know by any chance when was the last WGI for the Department of Finance in general?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
So the last WGI for the employees,
When did we pay it out?
no, when was central government, which is your staff, right? Outside of your staff, do you know when was the last WGI for those employees?
21.
Same as here and
Oh, you're talking about Saipan Central?
outside of your.
I don't know.
You don't know
I
that?
don't
Okay,
know.
so we'll get that. And I ask this because I know that there's a WGI. I just don't remember exactly what year. For sure it's after 21. That I can say. And outside of that, it was only Customs and Biosecurity that never got the within grade increases, but other sections within the Department of Finance got their WGIs after 2021. So now or at least we're clear that your staff, the last one was 2021.
Yes.
Out of the 22. Did all 22, I guess biosecurity would fall under your office, right? So let's remove biosecurity. How many total staff under your office?
So that's 15 biosecurity, customs bios.
So
Yes.
7 total?
Yes,
So the last WGI was at 21,000.
21.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I want to make that clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice. Are there any other members that have questions for our President Director? If there, oh, let me recognize again the Vice Chairman.
Sorry about that. So Rhoda Municipal Treasury, is it functioning, or is the Department of Finance relying on CNMI Treasury?
We fought hard to get Treasury here and maintain it. We have it running at that by the wall, but we are taking a staff member from Revenue and Tax and having her perform the duties of the Treasury cashier. And then we have accounting staff as her alternate and her auditors. So accounting is helping out at Treasury, and we have Revenue and Tax. We took one person off the line. There's 4 people there, but we wanted to make sure that we had that service here, because otherwise, here on Rhoda, people would have to wait for their check to be printed in Saipan, and then figure out how to get that check to their bank account in Saipan, or how to get that check to on a plane to Rhoda, and then receive it here. And that's all at their own expense and their own will to figure it out. So having Treasury here meant Finance Treasury sent it down to Finance Rhoda, and then we were able to disperse here.
Okay, and how many Treasury staff do you have?
0.
0.
So that is why I had requested for account clerks and a treasury manager. My accounting manager is functioning as the treasury manager, and that's why I'm begging you guys to figure out a way to put an exception for our managers. Our procurement manager, if I need help in administration, guess what? It's her. When I need consultation for Revenue and Tax, it's her. There's almost no way in our department here on Rhoda to just come to work believing you're going to do one job. None.
Well, thank you for that. Last question, and this is to be able to assist you guys with this budget project. How many revolving accounts, if you do have any?
We do not have any revolving accounts. We have been trying to establish that since 21. Out of procurement, we had requested that if we were to auction off government inventory, that money would stay here in our municipality. We have not been successful at that. For customs biosecurity, we had tried to see whether our collections here would go into an account just for Rhoda. The last I know, there was an account set up, but it's not ready to go yet. Revenue and Tax, we tried attempting to collect fees from our taxpayers, but it's kind of difficult here because you're looking at people who have household incomes of under 25,000. So although we say that 50 cents for a copy should be easy, we know that when they come to make payments, sometimes it's a little difficult. So in as much as we want to figure out ways to create revolving accounts for ourselves, it's almost not doable here on Rhoda because of the low wages. We're very excited that the Rhoda Mayor's Office now is able to apply for federal grants on its own. So we for the past 2.5 years have been collecting data and getting our applications ready and all our narratives and everything in place so that when we do get our own number, we can apply for it and try to help ourselves.
Okay, thanks for that. And so let's take sample the government inventory, right, and under procurement for sales. Right now, there's an existing statute that whatever is sold out goes into the general fund. That's an unforeseen collection, right? So there's no determination, there's no way that they can include that in the budget submission that they're supposed to collect this amount of money for whatever. So maybe that's one sample that we can include in the legislation, in the budget process, that should any auction within the respective municipality, at least for Rota and Tinian, shall remain with Rota or Tinian. In this case, would be under the Department of Finance, and at the same time, we'll create a revolving account within the budget, so it allows you to test it for this next fiscal year. Then moving forward, we can start addressing and making more of a permanent process. The greatest thing about the budget is it's going to allow us to test this process and be able to, I guess, be creative in assisting, most especially the municipalities, in generating additional funds for itself to function rather than be reliant on the general fund. And the last question, would you be against or for allowing these types of language to be included in the budget and to allow the expenditure authorities to move up or down, whether it's personnel operations, with these new types of funds for you guys?
I would definitely be for it. But you also have to ensure that when those type of funds, revolving accounts, are created, we kind of have to put back in place the language where what it was intended for is what it's going to be used for, and not like the currently how it is. Where I understand that it was done to address our crisis situation, but it makes it difficult to budget. It makes it difficult for us to show cause that we need to collect this because we need it for this operations when it is open for whatever now. It makes our job at finance difficult because although you guys had removed that stipulation to keep it just for what its revolving purpose was for, we're still operating where we have to follow the language of it. So it makes us argue with other departments because the law says we can use it for anything else. But Department of Finance has not changed its policies. So it needs to make sense.
If that's the case, we'll just put a notwithstanding provision to it so that it allows you as an expenditure authority to be flexible. And with that provision, it'll supersede regulations, at least for the period of the budget. And so I think that's something we can test out, so it'll allow you guys to be able to generate other types of resources, revenues that are external to the budget itself. I know it's going to seem like we're increasing the budget, but we're not increasing the bottom line number. We're allowing the respective municipalities to generate revenue on its own through the budget process, at least for the one fiscal year. If it works out well, then we can make it more of a permanent basis, and then it goes to exactly what you're saying earlier, that it should go to these causes for the future moving forward.
Yes. Rota, Department of Finance always welcomes to be pilot programs for anything. Right now, we're a pilot program for the CBP virtual clearance. From what I understand, we save the government between 7,000 to 8,000, right? So the question is, where does that money go? We know it's going to go to some place that it is needed, but please don't forget Department of Finance. You know, we don't buy toilet tissue. I will never stand before you asking for those minor things because I know that we have bigger issues to tackle, but do not forget my staff. If they're saving the government money, then invest back in them. Because tourism is only for seasons. Our local workforce is your everyday economy. So give them the salary that they deserve at a highly paid, competitive wage so that they can take that money, same money, and put it back into our businesses. That's our only guarantee, honestly. You're trying to save at our personnel and give it to tourism, but they may or may not come. Our people are here every day.
We buy our food here every day. We gas our cars here every day. We buy everything here in the CNMI. So please do not forget, when you guys are trying to find opportunities and growth, that our workforce is also one that sometimes we forget about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, RD, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any, let me recognize Representative Yang Tamay.
Thank you, Rep. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for welcoming us here. Well, almost, I think we're gonna be heading back home now, because you said 10 of us, so maybe I'm one of the 10. No, but you know, sometimes we have to visit, right?
Yes.
To hear straight from the horse's mouth, right?
Yes.
Okay, so, yes, I was, maybe because I'm a woman and I'm feeling all those emotional stuff you're feeling, and I'm thinking, your staff, not you, you said not you, but your staff. What's gonna happen? I know I'm not gonna run for governor, but what will happen if we get a ship and a bigger airplane here? Will that make life here better? Will it be better for the employees? I'm just asking, and then for some people to think about.
I'm not sure, there's multiple ways to answer that. So I'm going to answer it in the way that I believe would benefit my staff. If a larger plane and a larger ship was to come to Rhoda, right, you would need to pay my staff a larger salary. You would need to hire more people. You would need to give us a bigger operating fund in order to service the larger plane and larger vessel. There was a question last year I had to deal with where they had challenged Customs Biosecurity Protocol that we require at least 2 inspectors and 1 biosecurity personnel to clear a plane. They said in Saipan, they can clear a plane with just 1 person. I'm not going to talk about Saipan operations. I don't know anything about it. Whether or not that is true, I'm not going to give any credence to that, because that came out of the vendor's mouth. But here on Rhoda, we do it that way because aside from it being our protocol, it is for the safety of my inspectors. My inspectors do not have life vests. They're issued a gun. They just newly got their handcuffs, which I am so grateful for, but now we are working towards a bulletproof vest. They were given a gun, no vest. I'm not comfortable with that, but what can we do? We need operating funds for something as simple as personal protective equipment. So larger plane, larger vessels require more funding. We would also need overtime payment, because we just had an event over the weekend where we had multiple vessels come in, and they were there from 5:30 in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. We did the government a great service and savings by not charging them for standby. They're supposed to be charged for standby because you occupied somebody's whole day. But like I said, my staff gives 100% and then pulls out 10% from somewhere. So you guys need to start, the government needs to start giving back. You guys, we need to start meeting them, not halfway anymore. We need to start meeting them to the same line that they meet us at every single day.
Do you yield, Representative Yantumaya? Yeah. Let me
I yield.
recognize Rep. Joel and then Representative Julie Ogo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, RD Calvo, and to all the RDs here this morning. And like what Rep. Acto mentioned, thank you always for your hospitality when we come here. Always feels like we're back to the motherland. And some of us actually have deep roots here in Rhoda, like Congressman Angelo and I. We're familiar Mamora here. But anyways, First of all, I'd like to applaud your efforts for you and your staff, and I empathize with a lot that you guys are going through. And I know that you're making a lot of sacrifices with, I know you guys are doing multitasking, you know. It's similar things are happening back home in Saipan, but I can imagine how extreme it is here. I just had one clarifying question with regards to your personnel. Just to clarify, I don't know if I caught that earlier in your statement, but like for example, under Customs ROTA, I noticed that the NOPs, you didn't request for additional NOPs, but the amount is, I think it's like $216,000 and 113 difference. I'm just wondering, is that what you mentioned about like embedding the WGI into their salaries?
Yes. They had an audit in '21 that we are hoping they're going to honor this year because we just had our staff sign, promoting them to what the audit recommended. So we're excited for them because that doubled a lot of their salaries and that promoted them into officer positions. We have inspectors who are 20-some years of service and they're still inspectors. It's insulting. So we're very hopeful that all the signatures will go on to those documents and it will be processed soon, and maybe next payday it'll be realized. I promised them that we would have a party. We haven't had parties. When the government went to an austerity, so did our parties. So we're hoping that will happen for them because they deserve it.
Thank you, Artie. And that does answer my question for Customs ROTA, but just to quickly clarify, that's throughout all your divisions, right? Like Rev and Tax, Procurement, because I do notice that some of them you did request for additional FTEs, but you know, like for example, Finance and Accounting, if you look at it in its number itself, it says you're requesting for 3 additional, and the variance would be between what the governor's 2026 proposal versus what you're requesting. It's a difference of like 242,000. If you just look at that in the onset, it's like you would be thinking, whoa, that's a
large amount.
That's a large amount for 3 FTEs. But I'm guessing that that's also inclusive of the WGI for the existing 4 FTEs, right?
So the increase actually accounts, because in that financial services account, administration is plugged in there. So I had requested for promotionary positions and new FTEs. We need a computer specialist here on ROTA. OIT in Saipan does a wonderful job, but they are overworked.
Yeah.
Because they love ROTA so much, they try to make us priority, but that means it sacrifices other departments. But when we have situations like our system is completely down and we're waiting for OIT to come and rescue us, and we're calling everybody that we can think of, and it takes 2 days to 1 week to assist us, it turns into, what do we do with treasury funds? Do we hold it? Do we deposit it? You know, it leaves so many unknowns, and it flags us for audits at OPA. I love OPA. They are great people. So actually, we welcome them into our office that they can have somebody stationed with us. But that's why it looks like that.
Okay.
Is because there's an additional division, and also my request for treasury is also sitting in that same account.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Artie. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rep. Joel. I recognize Rep. Ogo.
Thank you, Chair. So when it comes to, I see that you are requesting $50,000 in professional development, right?
Yes.
So can you explain or just give a more detail of what type of professional development you provide for the staff that the local finance have to shoulder the cost.
Which division? Because I believe there's like different amounts for every division.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
So,
in general.
let's start off with Customs Biosecurity. If we were to return the K-9 program back to ROTA, that inspector would need, that handler would need to go for certification. Okay? Every year, as you know, strategies and technologies when it comes to biosecurity and port security upgrades. We need to invest in maintaining those trainings and specializations. Biosecurity right now lacks the proper training because we no longer receive training from USDA. So these people need to have biosecurity and agriculture training in order for them to continue certifying phytosanitary permits. Right now, our permits just state this came from ROTA, nothing else. We are making our taxpayers pay $10 to $15 for that, and all it says is we can certify it came from ROTA. They physically inspect it to make sure that it is free from any blemishes, any diseases that they can physically identify by eye. That's why I'm asking in my operations request for lab equipment. But they also need a facility to do those inspections. Right now, they're conducting it just in front of Star Marianas' desk. That's not a conducive place to work. Out of revenue and tax, revenue enforcement needs training. We cannot come into an establishment and says, we are here to inspect you, we're here to enforce regulations, but hold on, let me get on the phone to speak to somebody in Saipan to get further instructions. That has to stop. I need them to be capable to do their job, especially if we're talking about we want these large multi-million-dollar companies coming in. They need to get more technical training for the new system that is rolling out. Right now, our access is limited to just whatever is allowed clearance for their position title. That is why I'm asking for promotions into officers, agents, and manager. Because if we're gonna have these multi-million-dollar companies come to ROTA, but then we're gonna tell them, I'm sorry, it's easier for you to process all this in Saipan because we do not have the clearance to conduct business here, that does not help our ROTA community at all. That definitely does not help my staff. It's degrading because you have capable people of doing the jobs, but we do not give them the tools, the resources, or the authority to do so. So they need training on their own system. Out of accounting, Munis is updated all the time. They tell us to go online and watch the video, but what is on the video and what my staff sees on their monitor is not the same thing. So culturally, ROTA is not, at least for our generation that are in place right now, we're not really computer technology-driven people. So we have to learn those skills. And especially if you have a culture that is very passive, we may not ask questions. So sometimes we need that in-person instructions in order to maximize the resources and the tools and the systems that we have in place. A large amount of our ARPA funding was spent bringing the developers to ROTA just to train our staff. And that was great. Everything was good, but then we had updates. So we need to update them with those new upgrades. Administration is the same. Actually, our admin specialist is heading towards retirement. So that means her replacement is going to need training on the new system in order to do her job. Procurement, There's so many things that the procurement here in Rhoda would like to roll out, but we need funding for it. So even themselves, our asset management system is not something that we use every day. So we need training on that. Our technician is expected to function as an asset manager, but because of his title, being that he's just a technician, he does not have clearance for it. So it doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Artie, the reason why I asked that is because do you feel that all this, like, trainings and recertifications should be shouldered from the central department? Do you feel that it should be coming out of their budget to shoulder those, type of trainings?
The central government does try to include us, but they do it virtually. And I'm saying what works in Saipan does not necessarily work for us here. Do I believe that they should shoulder the cost of our professional development? Yes, because they are the ones who make the decisions to upgrade. They're the ones that made the decisions of what kind of duties and services we are expected to perform. So yes.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Rep. Bogo. Are there any other members? Let me recognize Representative TJ Maglonian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Director. No questions. I just wanted to thank you for being open and honest with us about your situation. It's a good opportunity for us to come here, and again, like Rep. Yanktamai said, was to hear it directly from you and the people here, because the reality of it is it is our responsibility, the whole CNMI, and sometimes we do get caught up in our own precincts, right? And being able to, I guess, be reminded again of the situation here. I'm thankful. I'm thankful for you coming up here and being open and honest. And these are the kind of conversations that we need to have and continue to have, so that way we can work together to improve the situations. It's not just going to be on one branch of government. It's going to take all of us, legislature and the governor's office and the mayor's office, to work together in unison and to address all these concerns. And I just want to say thank you. I know it's not easy, your position, and also your staff. And I'm pretty sure everybody here on ROTA is feeling the hardships, but we just need to do a better job of working together and creating a more balanced and even budget, and making sure that we take care of our brothers and sisters here in ROTA as well. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to, again, thank you for always welcoming us here with open arms, and thank you for being candid, and thank you for being honest. And I know that we will work together. I know if it was up to us, we'd make it happen right away. Of course, we don't like hearing about these kinds of struggles of basic needs, and the reality of it is these things that you're asking it's the basics. It's not anything luxury, it's not anything far-fetched, and I'm hopeful that we can come to a solution to where we can at least compensate those people. It's way overdue, and I'm confident in our ability to work with that, and work with Rep. Julie, and I also want to continue the conversations. Let's not stop it here. Let's continue to hammer the conversation, continue to hammer the table through you guys, through the mayor's office, so that way, we're constantly aware of the situation, and we can constantly adjust as time goes on and as budget becomes available. Obviously, these are all projections. It's nothing set in stone, but if we have that open dialogue and open communication constantly, then we can continue to adjust to help our people, not just here in Rota, but also in Tinian and Saipan and the Northern Islands. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that we can at least help alleviate some of these hardships. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much, because I don't know all of you on a more personal basis, but I feel comfortable reaching out to your offices to submit budget. Of course, I gave respect to the chairman here. I made sure that it went through him first, and then he'll be the one to disperse. But some of you, I felt very comfortable enough to write personal letters asking for to advocate on our behalf. So thank you guys for making our budget hearings very easy, although these are stressful and very emotional situations for myself. I feel safe enough to say what I need to say for my staff and for our people. But I just wanted to expand on Julie's, Representative Julie's question. I would love for the central government to pay for our professional development, right? But here on ROTA and how we've been operating since I came on board is, even though this is not your division, you have to get trained on it. Because when you have a staff of 2 people and both of them are sick, that means I gotta pull somebody else to do the job. So with the exception of most of the duties of revenue and tax and most of the duties of customs, biosecurity, everybody gets trained to do the same job, because there is no such thing as somebody's on sick leave or nobody knew how to do that or they were busy. Work happens here regardless of whether you have one person come to work or you have a full staff, and all the services happen here. We do not close shop. So we would like for you guys to give us our budget so that we can send more than just one person who is expected to go and attend the training and then come back and train everybody else. Please do not limit us to the comprehension and the effort of just one person, because everybody's learning ability and learning styles are different. And I don't want to limit our staff, because that's not our style here. We don't limit things. We empower, we expand. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I recognize Representative Yantiman.
No, I just want to share that these 10 people here
Nine.
haven't gotten increase either. So, you know, we
I am
are,
so
yeah,
sorry.
we
I
feel
was
you.
not talking
And
about
then-
you 10 wonderful people.
And then I believe the munis have changed, right?
Yes.
Yes, it's not munis anymore, it's something else. I hope you guys are learning it.
We are doing the best we can with what we have.
Right.
And I promise you, these people's best will always be good enough for our community of ROTA.
Yes.
So I want to thank you guys. I don't know if you guys have any more questions, but I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure the directors behind me really hate that finance goes first.
No, we do want to thank you, actually, RD. I want to also personally thank you for your openness and your and for always fighting for your staff. I'm sure your staff are really grateful for your leadership, and we thank you for being open to this August body. So with that, we will. I wanted to ask the members. I know that the artists are here, but I think it's lunchtime. Do you guys want to break? Can we will take a break for lunch and then come back at 1:30, and then we will start with on 1:30 we will start with Department of Commerce, followed by Labor, and then Natural Resources, and then we'll continue moving forward. So thank you again, RD Cavo.
Thank you guys very much. Have a safe flight home.
Okay, thank you. We are back on our recess, and before us is the Department of Commerce, And we have our resident director, and at this time I give you the floor. RD, please state your name for the record. You have the floor.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chairman Sablon and members of this committee. My name is Rodney James San Nicolas Taiscan. I'm the resident department head for the Department of Commerce. This is the time of the year that we're here again to discuss about budget, and the same thing what I proposed 3 years ago is the same thing I'll be proposing again. But there's actually four critical things that I really like and request from you guys. I know that on the proposal of the governor's proposal is everything's zero for commerce, but I seek your understanding and your support if I can be approved for 4 FTEs. It's very vital that this department that we have those FTEs that are requested. First, there's 2 of them that they're in the verge of planning of retiring. And our goal is to make sure that before those 2 personnel or they're proposing to retire, is to make sure that we have it on board so they can familiarize what's the department's role. So, for example, the ABTC officer, I'm asking for ABTC officer 8. That's 1, and the other one is admin. The other one is statistic, and the last one is weights and measure. The second one that I really also requested is to have a vehicle, and the purpose of us getting a pickup for basically to use on the support of the beautification project for the mayor. And also we have the weights and measure. When they do testing for the field, we kindly request that we put their instruments in outside the vehicle. Right now we have vehicle, but one is SUV and the other one is sedan. And you know, if we do testing for fuel, it's very flammable, where you can smell it. So those are hazardous to our health, and I request your understanding that if you can give me the FTA, I really appreciate it. And the third one is request for budget for supplies. It's been years already that we don't have anything, and most of the time we use our own personal stuff to get what the department needs. And I'm very thankful that Honorable Mayor Aubrey at times help us, with supplies. And I'm very grateful with those, with the mayor that is helping us. I think, I don't know what else to say, but same thing as, this is the 3rd year, so I'm ready for any question that you guys have. And if I cannot answer, I'll take note and I'll get back to you guys.
Thank you, Resident Director Ronnie Taisakan. Your testimony on the request for a vehicle is in the tune of 60,000. So That's the vehicle you're saying that's a pickup that's worth 60,000, is that correct?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman.
And then I see that on your request for overtime at the tune of 10,000. Can you walk us through on which of your division? I'm assuming it's ABTC that's perhaps are going out and doing inspection that requires overtime. So just walk us through on the request that you're requesting on the tune of 10,000 for overtime. What is this overtime for?
On the budget, there is a merit.
Yes. If you look, we have this breakdown and there's a 10,000 request for overtime compensation. If not, you can.
Is that overtime or the technology equipment you're talking about?
Overtime? Yeah.
Man, let me get back to you
yeah,
guys
you
on
can
that
get
one.
back to us on a later date. That's all for me as a chair. But is there any member? Let me recognize Representative Joel Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Buenas, RD Taisican.
Buenas.
My question is with regards to, actually, this can be applied to all the resident directors here. For those resident departments that are requesting for vehicles, because I recall a budget hearing several years ago that was mentioned that with regards to servicing the vehicles, how does that happen? Do you guys have a general mechanic that's working under the mayor's office, or does Triple J or AK, do they come here and they service the vehicles? Because from the last I heard, I remember a resident department mentioning that some of their vehicles just sat and they're kind of new, and they ended up dilapidating and then no longer being able to be used. So, like, for example, if you're requesting for a vehicle, how does that work? How do you guys manage through that?
At times we use our own money to service the vehicle. I mean, I have knowledge, about servicing the vehicle, so I just ask my employee, or I usually use my wife to help me service it. I mean, most of the time, all these 3 years with Commerce, I use even my wife.
So what if it requires specialized parts or warranty? How does that work? Do they come here, or?
Usually we order the parts, and we should be thankful for the University of YouTube, because we learn from them. We YouTube and say, if you're going to replace the starter, how do you replace the starter? I mean, if you go to our shop here, it's very, very costly. I mean, I think just to replace a starter is $60 and a whole day job.
No, but because I do understand that, for example, certain packages that come with a vehicle, especially a brand new vehicle, there are mandates that you're not allowed to touch it because they have specialized parts, or that might hamper warranties. So how does that work? Do they come here?
Okay, to me, if I'm going to be submitting a bid, I want to make sure that bid only requires what we can do here in ROTA, because we don't have specialized people to do electronics on vehicles, I mean, you have to send them to Saipan or to Guam, or you have somebody come from Guam or Saipan to do those specialized projects, right?
Yes.
So in order for us to do that, we want to make sure that we'll just get something, where we can manage to do it. I mean, we're not here to be luxury, you know, and
Yeah.
say, I don't need automatic window, you know, or I mean, as long as you start the car and it takes you from A to B, then
Yeah.
let's do it.
I understand. Thank you, Artie. I just wanted to bring that up because I recall that being mentioned in the last several budget hearings here in Rhoda, that they were having issues with servicing and special parts and all that stuff. So thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Joel Camacho. Any other? Let me recognize Representative Julio Ogo.
Thank you, R.D. Tysakan, for joining us today.
You're welcome.
So in line with Rep. Joel Camacho's questioning, I believe the mayor's office has a mechanic. You're aware of that mechanic?
I really don't know. I know DPW have.
Yeah, there is actually one staff here that's, the mayor's office has a mechanic. So I'm just wondering if, the departments can utilize his, service to assess the vehicle for you and then provide, like whatever parts that you guys need for, for your department to order and then have him install. Maybe that's something that you can, ask the mayor if you can utilize the mechanic that is under her office.
I'd love to.
No?
I know the mayor really helps us,
Yeah.
so.
So yes, the mayor's office does have a mechanic.
Okay, thank you.
Also, what revolving account does the Department of Commerce have right now?
I know we have ABTC, the account.
And only ABTC?
Yeah,
How about the business license?
no. I know for sure that they collect in Saipan, but not here. I mean, we help business here, to renew and everything, but they usually,
So everything that's deposited here goes into Saipan's account?
yeah.
And then you guys get allotted back for your operations, or?
Not that I know, but if we ask for help, they can help us. I mean, like ABTC officer, for recertification. I'm glad that they're doing annually recertification on the guns, so they take care of everything. From TA, I mean, we don't pay anything, only we send the personnel to Saipan. But that's out of Saipan account.
So there's only one revolving account that you can utilize here,
Yes.
which is the ABTC.
Hmm.
And you have any money in there right now, or?
I don't really, like I said, very hard to know because, we're working still on the munis and they're upgrading the system, and we have a situation at the department right now that, we're kind of offline, so
Okay,
we're still working.
okay. Maybe I can just obtain that information from finance. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rep. Ogo. Just a follow-up question with the revolving fund account. Do you happen to know, just off your mind, on an annual basis, how much are you guys collecting on this revolving fund? Because perhaps you don't know how much is it in there right now because of the system, right?
Yeah.
But do you happen to recall how much are you guys collecting on an annual basis for this revolving fund?
Maybe because of not so much business, but maybe also some. I cannot.
Also some,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, thank you, Artie. Recognize the Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, R.D. Taiskan.
Good
Hope you had
afternoon.
a good lunch. Again, thank you guys for having us and for the hospitality you always extend to the people that visit the beautiful island of Rhoda. I know that you're responsible to many divisions. You're very clear that ABTC is the only actual revolving account that you guys have. No? In regards to the business license, I know those monies goes directly to the general fund.
Yes.
And I know a lot of our business licenses have been the same over the years, while everything else have increased in costs. Doing business in the CNMI has remained at let's say $50 for a license or business, no? But it's been like that for 20, almost close to 30 years. Everything else have changed except for the cost of doing business in the CNMI. I think maybe that's something that we can consider, no, to assist in getting some sort of an additional account to your respective department. For example, if a business, it costs to do business here in the CNMI at $50 per license, maybe Department of Commerce under just a municipality would tag on an additional $10 or $5. That's something maybe we can consider. I understand that it's very difficult here on Rhoda. The cost of living is very expensive, but while the cost of living have increased, the cost of opening a business have remained the same for the past 30 years. I think that's something we might want to consider. I know that the one thing that's great about the commerce right now is we have the CNY product seal. I believe that the regulations are almost finalized, meaning they're about to meet the 90 days so that they can start implementation of the CNMI product seal. And the CNMI product seal has been around already for almost 5-6 years, and finally we're getting to that point. And I've mentioned this to Chair Julie Ogle, that it'd be very important because Rhoda has an abundance of products in regards to exportation, and we're really losing out because there's really not one entity that's a recipient to it before it exits the islands. You know, so maybe that one thing that we might consider, and I'll work with the Rhoda delegation in drafting the legislation to also include not just a CNMI product seal, but also a Rhoda product seal. So when we create that Rhoda product seal, that any transactions of exportation of Rhoda products, funds shall be paid by the purchaser and would keep the money here on the island of Rhoda. I guess the best example that we have would be like sweet potatoes.
Yes.
As the RD for commerce, what is a rough, off the top of your head, how many, I guess, tonnage of sweet potatoes actually leaves the island of Rhoda on an annual basis?
To be honest, maybe that one should be out of the finance department.
I do understand out of the finance, but in order to implement this product seal, we gotta have commerce be a big part of this process. And if commerce is a big part of this process, it'll create not just with finance, but also with DLNR, no? For that matter, would include DLNR to come together so that we can really man our ports and be the business before the business, meaning the government, in this case would be the mayor's office, and the leadership of the first senatorial district will be the recipients of the sweet potatoes, and then exits out so that all financial transactions is already met at upfront, rather than having farmers delivering the stuff to the airport or to the seaport, because we need to take away, I guess, to assist the municipality in the actual collection. This is a lot, right? I mean, we're probably talking about maybe 20 tons a year, 50 tons a year, maybe. And if Rhoda's farmers is selling it out at $20 per bag, for example, no, and it gets to Guam and they slice that bag into 4 or 5 and they're selling it at 25 times 5, Rhoda's really losing out. The farmers are really losing out. So it's to keep the purchasing end honest to the people of Rhoda, so the people of Rhoda can be honest to the farmers of Rhoda, and the monies will remain on Rhoda. And I'm hopeful that that'll be rolling out very soon with the CNY product seal, so we can actually draft the local legislation to include a Rhoda product seal moving forward, so that that can generate local funds directly for the first senatorial district that can be utilized to stabilize, the economy, so that not the general fund should pay its obligation to the first senatorial district, but we want to make sure that the first senatorial district also has those funds to be able to address its local needs, not necessarily worrying about the departments, which is very unfortunate for the RDs over here, because you request up rather than up down, trying to help the resident directors or the municipalities. I think that's one step, and we're one step closer to that. So as soon as that goes into effect, I think we should do that, and then the delegation members of Rhoda will decide how that money is distributed for the people of Rhoda. But I think that's a lot of money that the senatorial district can actually make and build upon with other types of exportations, because Rhoda has a lot of land that are very, very healthy for these types of products. So with that, thank you again, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice. And the chair wants to go back to the revolving fund, and I believe we have Ms. V. Villagomez virtually. Ms. V, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Can we go to volume 1 under special funds for the first senatorial district under economic development for Rhoda? It is reflective here under volume 1 on the spreadsheet that there is a balance available of 98,389. Is that correct?
I just sent something over to, Chairman, I just sent something over to the Vice Chair. I don't know, I think that's, I'm not sure if that's related to
Adjust the microphone.
the economic development, but it's from a special fund. I can run another report to reflect an update, because the report that we included in the budget was as of February 28, 2025. So just stand by and we'll run another one.
Okay, but so there might be changes that it might increase, is that correct?
Because the information that we provided was as of February 28, 2025, and today is June 5th. There might be some changes, so stand by for like a few minutes.
Okay. While we're waiting for the OMB director, special assistant, is there any other questions from the members while we wait for that information? Artie, did you wanted to say something?
Yes, if I may, Chairman. The 98,000, I've been hearing that, since I was in coverage director, and I believe that 98,000, there's supposed to be a separation of account for Rhoda, Tinian, and Saipan. And I believe mostly all the collection is from Saipan. I mean, we don't want to be unfair to our counterpart in Saipan, because they collect more.
Right.
But I love that 98,000. I mean, if he can give me, I'll make sure that we have the vehicle right now. And not only that, I feel the sentiment of that their staff is not getting a wage increase. I feel it's the same thing for our department, and as well as all other departments. I mean, we should be more thankful that our department is like jack of everything, but we're not master of none, no? Because honestly, we have to work together. There's no separation here. If somebody cannot do, we have to be there to help. I mean, that's our heart here. And the only sad thing is that they don't get a wage increase, which they really deserve. I mean, even myself, they cut my salary. And that's all our directors, from 45 to 40. That's a big cut. And honestly, the quarter leg is very expensive here in Rota. So, I don't know if you can help our employees. I feel the same sentiment what RD Avery is saying. It's like we're nothing, And it's very sad because you open up and here's the budget for the governor. Same old thing for the past 3 years. The only difference is the second year, they cut our salary. But up to now, nothing. I'm very thankful that at least 80 hours is back. Because it's hard. I don't know for Saipan or for Tinian, but Rota is hard. And to be honest, we have to go out there and do something extra. It's not just only from my department or everybody's department. And it's very sad. And I hope you guys feel that. Because everything is hard.
Okay, can we circle back to the revolving funds? Have you ever experienced since your time as a resident director to even tap, whether it's only 1,000 that you guys collect? Have you ever used these funds ever?
Yes, I'll be honest, yes.
How much?
But we use it for like fuel.
Fuel?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. V,
Um,
do you have an
so,
update for the committee?
I sent you the information. So the report as of today reflects $100,953.88.
Wow.
That's the balance.
100,000. And Ms. V, is this just for the first senatorial Rhoda Commerce?
Yes, it's just for the commerce. It says on the report, commerce filing fee for Rhoda. So there is a balance of $100,953.
And that does not include the first and third senatorial district. This is strictly for the second senatorial district. I'm sorry, not the second and third, just the first.
Strictly first senatorial district.
Okay. The spreadsheet that you sent, Ms. V, what's the Munis account number for that, so that maybe we can perhaps
The project number?
the project number where the RD for Commerce can make some follow-ups on this.
Okay, the project number is 1959B. 1959 Bravo.
And the resident director from Commerce can expend the funds anytime with this project account?
Yes, if, the current Budget Act lifts the restrictions, so he can spend that funding unless a statute prohibits him, having the mayor being the principal coordinator for the municipality. I'm not sure whether the statute would require him to get the approval or concurrence of the mayor.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, and I guess, RD, you hear it from the OMB Special Assistant, and maybe perhaps your office can work very closely in trying to figure out how you can avail these funds. For a further question, let me recognize Representative Julie Ogo.
Chairman, can you just re-emphasize against the OMB? Because I know some can't hear it. Can you just repeat what she said?
Okay, Ms. V, sorry, we are having a little bit with the audio here, but can you just, Rep. Julie Ogo is just asking to repeat the amount available and the project number, and that, uh,
Okay,
to your knowledge, the resident director can work on that so they can avail to that funding. You have the floor.
okay, the project number for the special account is 1959B. B as in Bravo. And then the fund balance available is $100,953.88.
Okay, thank you, Ms. V. Are there any other questions from members? Recognize Representative Angelo Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello. Since we have Ms. V on the line, can we also verify with the Secretary of Finance's office here in Rota? I'm looking at the special fund, and it also it's reflecting that there's an available balance of 276,658. Can we just verify if that number is correct?
Just give me thank you for that question, Congressman. Give me a few minutes and I'll run the report, the most recent report.
All right, thank you.
Okay, for the meantime, are there any other questions?
I think we just need to make it clear to RD, no? RD, you are the resident director head here in the First Senatorial District for Commerce, and clear as day, no? Project number 1959B has the $100,000 plus with you, but under, obviously we do the Enos versus Tenorio under the Budgeting Appropriations Act every year, so the expenditure authority is going to be with the mayor, no?
Yes.
So I think you should work closely with the mayor. The money's there for you, and we can move forward with assisting you regarding that the special account that has the funding for you to expend. And I'm hopeful that the question brought up by Congressman Camacho regarding to finance, that we can actually avail to those funds also for the First Senatorial District. And I'm hopeful that moving forward, other accounts will be available for labor and the other departments here in the First Senatorial District. So please work with Mayor Aubrey, and I'm sure we can start moving forward with the needs to assist your department. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Vice. Are there any other questions? I recognize Representative Joel Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make clear, I'm not sure if I heard that correctly from Ms. Villagomez. If can they draw that special account down for? I just want to make sure so that if that's a possibility, then you can begin the inquiry to start purchasing the new vehicle, but also to whether or not to see that it can be used also for personnel, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the revolving fund, you can use it for, it's kind of flexible for maybe even personal and for capital equipments. Are there any other questions? If there is none, our Resident Director Ronnie Taiscan, we thank you for coming before the Ways and Means Committee, and we appreciate your testimony. And if there's anything that you want to say for the last time, please do so.
Okay, thank you and welcome again to our island, and please spend a lot here in Rota so we can have economy. Thank you again, and we'll hope to see you again.
Está. Jesus Masi.
Algumas.
Okay. So we give 5 minutes and then we prepare ourselves for Department of Labor. Resident Director, thank you for coming before this August body. And at this time, I give you the floor for your testimony, and please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of this body. Thank you very much for reaching out to us, coming out here and to hear our presentation as well. And hope you guys have a good lunch this afternoon. We are here to give you guys our testimony on behalf of the Labor Department. And for the record, my name is Harry James Masca, and I'm the newest cabinet member of Mayor Audrey here. And thank you again for coming out. As you can see on our budget submission, we in the previous resident director's testimony, everyone is talking about WGIs and whatnot. So for the record also, our personnel at labor is is asking your utmost consideration into giving your wisdom and approving their requests in regards to the within grade increase for our personnel. For the record also, these personnel are more than 20 years of service at labor, and we are at the same time asking for 2 new positions, as you can see on the submission. These 4 individuals, aside from me, are bound for either retirement or separation from the service. And with this regard, I plead for your utmost assistance in granting this within grade increase for personnel here at labor. And also on the same note, we have requested for I believe a vehicle for our department, and this vehicle is for the use of our enforcement personnel to do their field work, and at present we are utilizing a loaned vehicle from the mayor's office, which is an SUV, and this SUV is not suitable for our enforcement to reach out to our hard to reach terrain farm areas where the said vehicle has limited capabilities of reaching out to these farm areas. And for this reason, we are we're asking for your consideration also in granting this request in giving us this vehicle for our field work. Thank you very much, and I yield back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, R.D. Mosga. We see that there's a request also in the tune of $10,000, which is for under item 69000 for other expenses. What are these other expenses on this request for 10,000?
I believe, Chairman, that is for technology equipment, if not mistaken. Can you take a look at that? Technology equipment. Other expenses? It's zero. Technology equipment.
No, there's no request for technology equipment, but there is though a request of, for other expenses.
Other, pardon me, Mr. Chairman, just recently gotten here, but I assume that this, other expenses will include maybe, overtime for personnel. As you can see, when our personnel goes out to, do their field work, most of the time, they, did, they did not, fulfill the work as mandated because, apparently, these individuals that we are looking for are eluding our enforcement. And so with this said, I believe that if given the opportunity to give us this other expenses, I believe we can go out on a weekend or after work hours to try and fulfill our task. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that clarification. And then on the item of number class code 62500 under travel, there is a request of 5,000. Is this inter-island travel request of 5,000 on your request?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I believe this, what this is asking for to send our personnel to Saipan to advance their knowledge in to any change rules, regulations, and laws within the department, Chairman.
Thank you for that
right.
clarification. I open now the floor for any members. Let me recognize Representative Julie Ogo.
Thank you, R.D. Masca, and
Thank you,
Ms.
Ms. Mitchell.
Kirigua for joining us again today.
Thank you, Madam.
In line to the last, under the travel, you said that you guys are asking 5,000 to travel inner island for the training or certifications under the labor. I believe that the last time we had a conversation, the Secretary of Labor said that they will pay for the trip to Saipan if they're requesting for you guys to come up. That's correct?
I believe
They will pay if they're the one inviting your department.
I believe that is the conversation, yes, between the offices.
Yes.
Thank
So the last department that I brought that question up is finance earlier this morning.
Mhm.
And is it something that you think that the central department should pay for that professional development?
Mm-hmm. Yes, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Rep. Your time. I recognize Rep. Joel Camacho, please.
Thank you, Vice. Buenas, R.D. Calvo, to your staff. Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Just a quick clarification. Sorry, R.D. Masgan, my apologies. Just a quick clarification. I did hear you mention that you are also requesting for 2 additional FTEs.
Yes, sir, on top.
I'm just asking because it's not reflecting on OMB's budget proposal for under your department's requests or your.
That is, yeah, is the proposal. However, we did not include and mention here on the budget, but yes, we.
So it came after, this request came after the budget
I
submittal?
believe so. I think Ms. Mary Lou can answer to that.
And since the director is just new, we have been requesting for additional personnel. As you are aware that we are more than 20 plus years, and any time of the day, we might just, so we need to hire and train people to learn the knowledge that we have, because who knows, I might resign tomorrow. And it puts the office and it hampers the operations of the office. Like now, even if I'm sick, I opt not to take leave because there's only I can do the work there. We cross-train, but there's certain stuff that only I have access to, like in Munis. Okay.
Thank you. You still have the floor, RD, before I yield back to Rep. Camacho.
Yes, Congressman Camacho, does that answer your question, ma'am? Before I
No, thank you for that
yield to Vice Chairman.
response.
Thank
But
you.
not quite, actually, sorry. Because what I'm seeing here, the reflection or the comparison is between the governor, or your request, the department request versus the governor's proposal. And I'm seeing that the number of FTEs remains the same at 5, but there's a difference or a variance of 247,182. And you did make mention that was for the WGI, to include the WGI.
I would assume to.
Yeah,
Congressman.
but then what is the actual cost for the 2 additional FTEs?
It's within that range, sir.
Also, the 247 would cover, the difference would cover that?
I would assume, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
that's
sir.
all.
Yes.
Please,
Okay, because
please.
we submitted in for addition, the proposed is 385,625, inclusive of the additional positions that we're requesting for.
Rep. Camacho, if you look at the
please.
document that was given to us by labor,
No,
I don't have the page number, but it breaks down the personnel and benefits costs at 468,903. This is inclusive of the 2 additional NOPs, correct?
yes.
Yeah, so I think the numbers are a little bit off because RD Mosca wasn't on board when the budget was submitted to the executive branch for review and submission to the legislative branch. So
Thank you,
this
Vice
is additional request from them as of today.
It was actually a total for 8 personnel, because we have 1 for enforcement, 1 for admin, and the reason why we put director of labor, because one of our employees, when we upgrade, I mean, the only way for him to get to another position, I mean, to get an increase is to upgrade the position. So we just opt to put that director of labor there.
Thank you for that. Rep. Camacho, do you use your time?
My apologies, I'm still a bit confused. I'll use my time for, but I'm just not seeing it. I'm seeing budget department budget submission 2026 at requesting for 5 FTEs, and then the governor's proposal is status quo at 5 also. So
No, but you're looking at that. Look at this document that they had passed out to us right before lunch.
This one, yeah?
This one.
okay,
Yeah.
so this is where it includes the 2 additional
Yes.
FTEs. Okay, sorry, I just
A
got
total
this.
of
So
8, actually. 3, there was 3.
Yeah.
okay, 3 additional.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
And they're labeled as new position, the administrative officer 2, labor certification worker 2, labor enforcement officer, and director of labor. So, sorry, just a follow-up question, because you had mentioned and previous RDs that testified before the committee it, brought up the position of director. Is that part of the scope for, I guess, for the office? Because right now there's only like the secretary, right? And then RDs and then respective directors from divisions. Is there anything else below that, I guess?
Presently, there's 1 enforcement officer, and that's the last of it. And then when you're gonna give well, he's gonna be freezed in this salary, but we have to upgrade him, and the next position will be the director of labor.
Yes, and I think that's because right now the way the government structure is written, right? You have secretaries, RDs over here under the mayors, and then you have directors of divisions. So if it's a director of labor in this case, would they be a director under the RD or
Maybe it's the director of enforcement. I need to go back and look at it, because we just followed the chart that
the
was
chart?
given. Yes.
Yeah. And so I don't want you guys to tie your hands, Nona. Down the road, all of a sudden there's a director, and then
Maybe it's
the
deputy director.
Or I want to make sure that the ones that you're going to be filling these positions are actually, they would fall under a civil service
It is.
status to
It's a civil
protect
service
themselves.
position.
Yeah, because directors is the highest position right now outside of secretaries or commissioners, no? So if we're gonna label them as a director, then where in the real chart of the department do they fall under? It's gonna supersede all of you guys that are currently in the positions right now. And I don't want that to happen. You guys have worked 20, 30 years in the,
Oh, he's been here, the service more than 20 years.
oh, more than 20 years?
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, that's fine for me, and I think, so the ask was 2 position, as the RD had mentioned, but there's technically 4 total positions, no? Is what's the real ask is the 4 total positions, no? Is
Yes, sir.
from them. So, okay, I think the positions is that's not the issue, no? It's gonna be the funding that's gonna
Yes,
come
the
with
funding.
the position. So we can always give you the positions, but without the funding, it's never gonna happen. So we'll figure that out. In regards to labor and its I guess unique way. How many if there's any revolving accounts within labor?
No, we don't have it, sir.
I know main labor has revolving accounts, right? But do those monies trickle down to you guys by any chance?
It goes to the general.
There you go. Well, I know that they got a revolving account, so they receive the money and it stays with labor. But does any of that money ever trickle down to you guys? Just out of curiosity.
Not that we know of, and
Not that you know
and without our discretion, maybe.
of? Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything in labor, at least for the uniqueness of ROTA, that you might consider as a way to make additional monies for your respective department?
Maybe sanctions. So
Sanctions with
that's one thing, but we're talking about one time in 1 year or something.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, we wanna
So-
whether it's $500 or $50,000, and we can.
That's the only
make-
way that we can look at
Yeah.
generating here.
Yeah. And if we
So-
can help you make that, then we should help you make that in the budget process, so that it also gives you guys some flexibility.
Yes, sir, with non-compliance.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that's something for us to consider. And with regards to the NOPs, I don't think any member here has a problem of including additional NOPs. Now it's the creativeness of how to find the remaining funds to address the cost for that. No?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, RD.
Yes, thank you. I yield back to you,
Yeah,
Chairman.
thank you, Vice. Just a follow-up with these new positions that's reflective on your package here. Did it meet the governor's budget proposal? When did you guys submit this? Because apparently it seems like it's not reflective on the budget submittal.
Let me look at my
So I'm taking it that this is just today's request.
Hold on, let me look at my email. Just a second.
Yeah. And maybe since we can get clarification since Ms. V is still virtually online. Ms. V,
Yes, I'm here.
do you see any reflection on the request for labor for the 4 new positions on your side?
I see it,
I'm sorry.
Chairman, I see,
You were breaking off. I'm sorry.
Chairman, I see the the initial, the request from their budget submission, they are requesting for 4 new positions.
Okay.
However, because, the baseline established for the municipality of Rota is to stick to Public Law 2309 baseline, and we were not able to accommodate the 4 additional positions that the Department of Labor is requesting, and neither did we accommodate the request for any adjustments in pay.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Are there any other questions from the members? So with no further questions, RD Mosga, we thank you guys for coming before the Committee on Ways and Means and giving your testimony. Undanglos Mosga, and I give you the last words. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and rest of this helpful body. Jesus Masi for visiting us and hearing our testimonies. Have a good, safe trip home. Thank you.
Jesus Masi.
Jesus Masi.
So next up, we have we can take a 5 to 10 minute break for restroom break, and next up for before us would be Department of Lands and Natural Resources. So let's go on a recess for a short recess, 10 minutes. So we are back from our short session, and before us is Department of Lands and Natural Resources, and we have our resident director here with us. And at this time, I give you the floor, Artie. Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Na si David Mendiola Calvo, Gawi Resident Department Head Ginigi Eastern Luta, the Department of Land and Natural Resources. Thank you, Chairman. Then is in a committee na ingasta tempen mizu pa infan matumagi gi tanota tanuluta para in ekungu kafa siya na mensahe dyan ginagaw dyan nisisidad para tanota luta. Pos gihilo enaw gumagi ay kinimpendia was tangigi ati submission na para in gagagaw zi budget estina departamento para tana karada para bulan seremonia sa ready zu pa by answer hafa na question esta in lilia hafa siya in gagagaw na para tana guaha mo na adelanto en el reglamento ginigita no taluta zawa talo na besangan na muna mamagufso muna mas man mamagufam gini lutay kada tali estina body manggagayga I hali famagun tau luta gini na member wala ramon na in Chile na direksyon dyan imbiram tatin considera luta dyan na iti ang gagagaw todo lo ajuda siya na departamento man manggagaw asistimento na tori ta tumungo na mamadedisi gwinigi tano taluta sa makat yung tingwa na gof makat ekonomiya sa outside again gi kada man matachungan sa ni USDA zaman went to some mampus mana pininiti zo zangin masangan zilang economically depressed island of Rota. Because utungwa loki gilo enaw na mampus ta basic git tourism then gaming casino lo talia esta tumay manomo na hinanaw niya stina na trend tourism tisinya la islatas siya Marianas ni enaw na kasin advertisement. So I was just finished talking with Grant's office like 8 years ago. I was discussing with you where in that grants body that you could tap funding for a researcher to research in our natural resources, or is there someone in this body or Igobentno can ask Department of Commerce, U.S. Department of Commerce, after all the research that NOAA has been doing in our Marianas Islands, half of the mineral, what's our natural resources that we could tap? Because we all know gaming is not helping us, tourism is not helping us. Para fanmanhaso by challenge hamzo who can be one of the hajisinya champion na para tap is the natural resources that the fanmamasalapi in it. I know U.S. Department of Commerce through NOAA have a record of what they're finding out there. Kadaman matumagi and research gilogatalo. I don't know if that document is available for new leaders to look at it and let's see if we can have the resource or get funding from the feds to tap those resources to help our economy up and rolling. So giloy now, mampusu di boto gini giban ng agrikultura sa gawin tiba dagam jam. I'm a commercial farmer here in Rota. I export a lot through Joko Orchard Farm. Li na bulat ako to. Bisino tagwam. Saipan is coming up. Sige militant na pafanolong. Bula patsut, you know. It's not sarcastic law. Bula patsut na fanyotsu za. Sige na kuntutu si man magas mommy leaders na ma-champion isti agrikultura. Zata ajuda. Sa to the tempo ki kada budget to the tempo agrikultura mas ba piga papa pos tatati public works pos sigalo and I apologize ki polisia dan fire no I data ti socio na nisita bulan polisia luta or fire ti socio ki data na nisita at least estimasiya na saka ni 2026 kausinya majuda i Departamento na Agricultura jata focus it gi patana la afana industria prewa saipan tinian janluta na parata nagwajota food security gini gi Selatan Marianas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Suzus Masi, Chairman Party Calvo. Looking at your request, wahasti kada division i-request para i-travel kanatoda gaigi gi 5,000 za i-main office gaigi gi request gi 25,000. So, my question is, para inter-island is still na request travel, gini gi mo request?
Hunggan para inter-islands and training na ginagagaw gi kada division na nahahalong gano.
I-utilities ni gaigi gini ni podung gi nota. Taza had utilities no gi budget.
Tata sa fana i mayor umapasisijam i administration umapasisijam todo ni junmon.
Okay.
Pago gi presidente man mahahausam gi old high school sa dynamics i building mami ni i last super typhoon. So manayam ni FEMA we're working on then i public assistance para nayan no ma-beat out zuna project kusaki umatutun sampan kinimpendiaw man anayam maninai isina mai ni FEMA na 6 months tada sampai man maamutit ni zuna salapi. So I'm working with the mayor. The mayor is working with public assistance to find out when we're going to start pushing through to start erecting that building that was.
Okay, thank you for your clarification. Are there any questions from any of the members? Let me recognize Representative Julie Ogo.
Thank you, Artie Calvo, for joining us today for your budget request.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to follow up because I was going through your budget requests, and I know you just tapped me back there, but I just want to know what's going on. How come you didn't include FTE for the dog control?
Yeah, that's.
And I did advise
yeah,
you guys.
yes,
I
dispensa.
know funding may be the issue,
But
but
fango dispensa na sati. Where yeah, present bumisi I mayor Saipan. As a matter of fact, I'm supposed to be up there today, but due to this, I rescheduled my trip. Malana pa ba in diskuti sa mano na pa ba tsuli zun information siya I para ta pega halom I manaw tao I dog control that kung I manager I admin and I dos na izonya u patrol or officers the nisita by request I template the continue I duties and responsibility then ba na halom gi kontu gini inatano jangin ezigi apasnya zuna individual hulu saipan maulik lokit tatsuli zuna na amount per annum latanai lokit manaw tawta gini luta sa pareho ava pamansog.
so you guys are still working on that.
Once I'm done before the end of this month, I will forward it up to you. Or chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Ogo. I now recognize the Vice Chairman, Representative Ato.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, R.D. Calvo, for joining us this afternoon, and thank you for canceling your trip to Saipan to be with us this afternoon, so
of course,
we can address, help you address your needs. No, tunga na bulan on fafana mo na siya ni priority siya banta ni Fuencas no ni oportunidad siya ni sinyata na fan lala tao tota gini giza luta may face no quanto na revolving account Dun medyo pago pa. Sa kwanto nasa lakpi, isanalo ko mo nung tungo.
Dos na revolving fund ko, kay Fish and Wildlife, dyan equipment services. Maulik sa bisita ju i Congressan mami sa ufaisin na pero juda ju ni parabain afa ju ma sinya sanganta ta ina is equipment services sa tibu mamat si $12 an hour jani dok manggogan equipment jani i parts ang majamag equipment na pabensili $12 an hour na naman kikila. So I was asking the Congresswoman if she can look at into ina juna like how can I would it allow me to masyabay hat sa juna amount so at break even na apasi i operator in tingwa idiso it's 9 some a gallon ginigizaluta so at least maxa I cost idiso then the operator then wear and tear so I'm thinking I discussed this with you, no, Congresswoman, at least $25 an hour da match amount lo dos by question mo dos dun mami revolving fund giban the Fish and Wildlife and equipment services.
Sa kwanto nasa lakpi, dos, kumunto na lolo?
Espetsa sa labigay na papit o. Okay, Fish and Wildlife collect mami gini stia recently is 2025 Fish and Wildlife neji in register siya i-give net italaja man napasi hunting permits and whatnot jani offer niya hagaf jani aliling kwa pago percent revolving fund $1,535 Fish and Wildlife
Was equipment negative?
Equipment. Ngan equipment malik sa lapenya gi $12 sa bula man malago bula man gwagwalo law I problema to the tempo short form ni diso. Law whenever we got a little money that somebody come in and rent the equipment, we'll go out and purchase this. Law gi presenti na esta bentin latsay $5,322 gi agriculture equipment services na revolving fund.
Okay. Siya biray tatig is mensiona but si I guess Congresswoman Julie ni puri is it $12 through regulation no?
Yeah.
Jun medyo regulation gi DLNR says a whole but jun medyo regulation gi third senatorial. I mean first senatorial district.
Jun first senatorial yeah.
Tinasita legislation sinata address no that taksalo leja pagupat sogi
tanagwa
public information with the AG's office hopefully by September October sta akikin no kun dinajuda pues giluan no siya kwanto na direct grants in aplika ginini DLNR na maysa outside of the grants office but offer na central government grants ni pwede sila man receive yam zone
gipresenti pago namigay niya na grants kay gi forestry section what tres na program handle pago forestry revision if any idea lang smart tree specific ay empleyado pago 4 na tao. What they're doing is going out, helping community, urban, public places. Siya man sasaw man manajuda man mananong siya fruta gilugat gobyerno. Sana iotro urban community na grant ni federal talo unang zona empleo. Division Fish and Wildlife ma transfer istaba hami gumogoti luta endangered species na grant law to US Fish and Wildlife federal ma transfer zu pago na division watu gi Saipan Fish and Wildlife law mangkaiga empleado gini at present 3 empleado niya dos pago gagi di present na maatan ji I trongkong guafi niya I flame tree Then guasya masoda sa bangna ne zina tronku endangered species. They're propagating it and planting it in different location kosaki tana guagua ne zona tronku. Law it's in the works. Malik sa kada submission ni grants man manai karetanya. Yotru guaha biologists mahaya ne paro fatu holum de paro ajudam o determine often na species o often na insect pumupuno istisya na endangered species na trongkutat kumoy fadang iko continue put fadang there's a big issue in Guam, so man collaborate Estina division then the University of Guam every 3 months they come over and man meet sa man hujung sa survey lugar na pamali afazun na insect pumupuno i fadang.
Okay, so ilan ang survey na division ginigi sa luta labula na transaction ilan ang survey?
Ilan ang survey in iisa pago batiti maulik ino patasangan taus in nafatsotso pago para o identify jangin tagiwa zonya request i department pa di municipality luta ni pro fine i pafanui mangi i boundaries kunin na lugar tat kumo one good project up at youth center malago i mea na parao Chatsak Zoo, parao EP Zoo na production town na mana ini public land na parao mahat sa ji Feni Youth Center i childcare. Mamaisin imea kosinya ilanan survey pop fatinosi ijonya monument. I mean marking manuna area. Ya mohonnya. Ya proses na malumi public land certified siya puma certified na estige na space parang Actually, I believe esta manai todo do mea in energy tatini kotigilo todo do quatro estas tunkindo baseball field.
Okay.
Position ni municipality la tazu pago.
Yeah, are you facing is esta pago gagi in ma process i regulation gi lanan survey gi main office ne put po masedi am dupin from Matinas actually sa lokpi pago ni station na uzu so we're hopeful no na bula mas gini man masosedi siya po torno the sinya mamatina samjo sa lokpi esta mo na ni regulation pago finalize ni AG's office lo por favor mga malefa lokki na ben segi che sumami da ben sa agi mo contact si director Jack Song da amjo kumun sinya lokki extend ka na mo junges director Song para wajan para tinyan zonya RD ni da na siguro na offer siya na fina transaction genno ni revolving account ni ki para i departamento usaga gi zamzo lokko ni na juda no so be faisin si director Song nenno da por favor mo nga malefa lokko pin extendi kana mizo gatto giza mentres mo ma relegla siya na regulation da sinya moving forward guaha sa lokpi ni purenno siya na sistemento gi manmamala siya na tempo sa teniki makto no kasi bula tenki projects da pwede mas bula investment lokki gini dan mismo tota ni pufamanaksa lokki guma da pufamazuda ni muhon niya ni sinya mamatinas didi sa lokpi user rather than going somewhere else.
So by information mizo kuana biyay na i public land gini man if previous na directorship man sumercastic or lalalo watu gizagaw na taza diritsonya i land and survey para hujung zo famanui mangi boundary zusat ti afazunan niya certified law. I like that idea. I hope now we go through and see Mr. Song. That's a good revolving fund. I see niya tuloy para kinikada semana manggago gas sa project kimia liku jangin pa project kimia honolo janggago imia gas ginas nono don sugiji ni malagaw.
Importante ma-comprende na sin DLNR tazo public land. Ni public land mapanyago na DLNR ni ginagagailan ng survey gi sa DLNR no. Pwede muna dyan tourist event sige chet sumami dyan si director Song da por favor mga malefa pinextende lo ki da list man gaigam zugi conversation da no dokles si special.
Thank you Vice recognize Representative Patrick San Nicolas.
Thank you, Director. Be verify kung na yung empleo po ako Fish and Wildlife.
5 pa ako Fish and Wildlife po
may sino size talo no?
Size?
No more
Do-
request?
Kanang dosa.
Dosa?
Oo. Ay, no, ang senior na yung size na yung
Ay,
size.
ano ba?
Ano?
Oo, dosa, no?
Tunga na yun na.
Oh,
Mampus si budget,
Okay.
at least, malang sa bay gagawa.
Okay.
Hindi pa rin na
And
July.
that be verify gizawon. Sa
Yeah.
di watan gini kulan no.
Sa gipresente pago, sige na yung gagawa sa Malago zone na binagwaha. Di ka Malago na i-division. Di binaw na gwaha lo kito taon niya ipapagi marina. No? Na pero handle zone na port. Sa pago gipresente kinunya na sa Fish and Wildlife Enforcement Division para hono pa pa enforce fishery section sa Taza Pago Fishery ne. So esta in-identify na gigun sa kaso na izo ne dos tao questa dos ne zi ma hono saipan ma training ni fishery section Division of Fish and Wildlife saipan.
Yeah, na director no sa Google kini no go preciso Fish and Wildlife ni para ma enforce siya sa natural resources and siya afa sa ma gagalom tano dan todo no siya na preciso na patadais ti sa futures ti no dangi para ta descuida ne ti go molik para iman mamala na tempo sa preciso na para ma-protege. Sige mo no fai sino na rason. I mean na question. Pues yan ba no director, thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Thank you, Rep. San Nicolas. Let me recognize Rep. Julie and then Rep. Yang Tumay.
Thank you, Chairman. RD, land and land survey, no? Kung ano ba ni maman request tagi private for ma-survey tanong niya? Private
Tisaman dagi lo kan. Wana pa man
pues
request.
tamano pago in the service for free or you guys know that Taza Fanan revolving account no?
Taza revolving account, thank you para Vice Chairman na planea para managwa na project na ibu na revolving fund. This is a good idea. Why don't we start doing it? At present, di kikita na uta so ang normalom isti individual sa mga gagaw das ajudo na information sa na ajuda kung ano ayam few imya papenusong sa ajuda so simple sa esta man mamatka lugat niya sa gwaji malefa mano nagagi mohon niya o gwaji taja mohon sa rebar. So we have the gadget that you just go out and make a detector ng mero. So simple. It's just less than an hour to find 4 corners.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, mainly half of them na parang na chogi boundaries because public works will come and grader the marker. Then po ma-expand chalan and they didn't know, so now pagin pigagaji higher rebar with a marker na pero tungi tao mano nagay yung boundary at the same time sa mga nagaytan na fanano masyado medyo tutungo mano na malefa mano nagay yung boundary.
Thank you, Rep. Ogo. Recognize Representative Yang Tumay.
Thank you, Chair. Just one. Going back to Fish and Wildlife, do you know about the recreational boating safety grant?
I know a little about that. A little. Now, I think who's handling that division? Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah.
Recreational. Is it
Yeah, for
boat
Fish
access?
and Wildlife and boating safety.
Okay. Yes.
So are you receiving it?
No, hindi by na klaro ng TGCCB.
Wow, that's a lot of money you can use for something.
May
for
pero
Fish and
ajuda pa
Wildlife.
gid ano.
Maybe you can ask them for it. DLNR and boating safety. That's all. Just giving you ideas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For that, I'll look into that and manajulu saipan.
Thank you, Rep. Yang Tumay. Are there any other questions from any of the members? If there is no more further questions, the chair would like to thank Resident Director David Calvo for coming before the Committee on Ways and Means. Undong na sus mosi RD para ifinatomu za noy amin ni testimonio para binatan mos i departamento za ni todo afa ni sedannya para mona sus mosi za binoyo para ioptimo na mensoy.
Okay, si Jesus masih daun kulu talo na si Jesus masih naman gay gemzu. Man matom zuza fino I director e-commerce. Actually, the former late mayor na fino niya na langos todo dun na penis yang besan itu sen jiti papal talti din panano bula gwa fanang kamuti kantun salan sana. No, si Jesus masih para todo I attention ja I finatum mizo magi tunga na dingi familian mizo ja have a safe trip back home. Looking forward na at least kada size message in bigamos dana magi ja tafang caucus. Thank you.
Okay, recognized for one
Sorry.
more question.
So the money for this year from that grant is 805,357, FYI. And I think it's divided between boating safety and fish and wildlife. So you should, yeah. Maybe you can buy equipment and fuels. And, yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Susmasitalu RD. And then we have next up is Department of Public Works. Do we have anyone from Department of Public Works here? Oh, I'm sorry. Department, DCCA, Department of Community and Cultural Affairs. My apology. Hello, telephone na no sé. Thank you for coming before the Ways and Means Committee. And I give the floor to you, Artie. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, good afternoon to all honorable members of this committee. My name is Frederick Atalik Monglonia Jr., newly appointed Resident Department Head for the Community and Cultural Affairs. And alongside me is our Department Administrative Officer, Senora Julita Calvo. First and foremost, the Department of Community and Cultural Affairs is mandated to deliver services to various social needs, promote healthy lifestyle, and perpetuate cultural values. Our mission is more diversified and community-oriented than any other departments or agencies in the Commonwealth, due to its direct influence on culture, history, healthy living, welfare, protection of youth and seniors, manamku, and families regardless of race and gender. Our services is performed and achieved by the following divisions, which consists of Division of Sports and Rec, Division of Office of Aging, Division of Community and Culture for Arts and Culture, Division of Historic Preservation, Division of Nutritious Assistance Program, Child Care Development Fund Program, Division of Youth Services, and the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. Our efforts in achieving the department's goal and objective largely depend on available fundings for fiscal year 2026. The department is requesting funds to continue the current 9 full-time employees under the business unit 1272. Under this business unit, our personnel consists of a resident director, department head, administrative officer 2, administrative officer 1, administrative assistant, eligibility with supervisor, cook 1, sports development technician, sports development trainee, with a total personal budget of request of $299,897 is requested for salaries and fringe benefits. Also under this same business unit 12-72, we request operational funds totaling of $25,495, which includes computer systems and equipment, fuel and lubrication, office supplies, operational supplies, professional services, communications, repair, maintenance, and also freight and handling, which will come up with a grand total for personnel and operation request of $325,392. Moving forward, the historic preservation business unit, which is 1232, with a total employee of 3, which consists of a historic preservation coordinator, historic preservation technician, archaeological field technician, totaling personal budget of $85,457 is requested for salary and fringe benefits. At the same time, under this business unit 1232, we request operational funds for $10,500, which includes fuel and lubrication, communication, repair, and maintenance, with a total operation, personal and operation cost of $95,957. With that being said, our AO and I is ready to answer any of your questions and concern to you, honorable committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick Magnolia. So, according to the governor's proposal versus the request for DCCA, so the request in totality is 9 additional FTEs, is what the whole entire department is requesting for all the divisions under it. Is that correct? Okay, let's go. Let's start with this. How many total employees under the Department of Culture and Community and Cultural Affairs? 12.
12, yeah.
Altogether, it's 12.
Yes.
Okay. So, how many
This is
additional FTs is the department in totality requesting? Are they any?
this will be for the ongoing employees that I'm reading out with the budget and personnel that are, because this is 2 different accounts for DCCA.
Okay.
One is under sports, which is the 1272, and then for HPO account,
Oh,
1232.
HPO. Yeah, you guys have HPO too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'll now open it up for any questions from the members. Recognize the Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, R.D. Manglonia. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Thank you for having us here in the island of Rota. Just a quick question. I know that DCCA is roughly about 90% federally funded, correct? 90 to 95% federally funded, something to that extent?
About that area, sir.
Yeah. So I guess the shortage or the request for additional 2 employees, noisy requests, or how many employees?
Negative, sir. We didn't request for any additional employees on this 2026 budget.
Okay,
that
so
was submitted.
there's a salary adjustment that makes a difference of like $22,000. Is that correct? Between the department's submission and the governor's submission to the legislature? I
There's
stand
a-
corrected. That's what I have
Oh.
in front of me. But if that's wrong, then we can move on
Okay.
to the next one. So I guess I know that DCCA has multiple accounts, at least in the central government level, no, of revolving accounts that can be utilized, or even grants that can be utilized. Are those funneling down to you guys? Let's say the Manomco, for example, because we have challenges with the Manomco and Saipan too. Are you guys facing the same challenges? I remember the last time something about a shortage of a cook was the issue here on Rota.
Yes, sir.
So it's still the same. It's still the cook is that's the issue still here.
The previous one under federal, in which you regularly hired.
The previous one that was under federal account previously retired. So
Oh, retired.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, I remember that.
and it wasn't filled.
So,
filled up.
so they, and that was a locally addressed account rather than federal, or is it
Federal.
federal, and
Yeah.
it never been filled.
After that, no.
Oh, okay. So the person that resigned. So I know that the director of the Manomco down in Saipan's really trying to work on all the three
Yes,
islands
yes.
and trying to get some assistance now. So obviously that's a shortage. How about the I guess because it's unique, though. Sports and Rec still falls under DCCA for the first and second senatorial district. That kind of doesn't exist on Saipan
Yes.
anymore because Namasa kind of took over of the functions there. Is there a collaboration, or is your sports and rec division given authority to sporting facilities here, or do they still belong to public lands?
To some, for my knowledge, to some extent, we was this are in charge of some sports facilities, even through reserving the area or even mostly maintaining the sports complex and
So
facilities.
you guys are responsible to maintain it, but when it comes to revenues stream, public lands is the one that receives it?
Public lands, public lands or the municipality. I'm
Okay.
not
Well,
really
I'm
sure
just if
how it
that's the
goes.
case, so that maybe we can be able to free up some funds from you guys, and if public lands is receiving these monies for these functions to rent the place, for example, no, and they should be paying for your staff for maintaining those facilities since they have the money to do it. So, can we get that information? From you guys so that we can actually include it also as an MOA that they may own the facilities, DCCA Sports and Recs the one maintaining the facilities, so we can charge them for that, so you can free up kind of some of your money to
Yes, sir.
address your shortages.
I will look into that and we'll let you
Please,
guys know.
and please work with our good colleague from
Yes, sir.
the first senatorial district so we can see what we can do from our end to help free up some money for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice. And just wanted to go back to the cook, right? The position of the cook that is federally funded, right? That person. When did that personnel or staff resign or retire?
Couple of years, 2018.
So my follow-up, I'm asking this question because if it's federally funded, what's taking so long to fill this position? Because we're losing out. If the federal funds are still there, I mean, we should be filling this position as soon as possible. Or are there any issue other than?
Yes, that was one of the issues, but I'll have my AO administrative officer get in contact with Mr. Walter Manglona regarding that.
So Director Walter Manglona is the one that's handling this, and he just he's the one that should be filling this.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe this committee can circle back to Director Walter Manglona and recognize Representative Omar.
Thank you, Chairman. So, RD, just to clarify, the makeup of your department, no? What's the ratio for federal funded and local funded employees? And if I know it's a certain percentage, is there cost shares with the funding for salaries?
According to my administrative officer, all the 3 employees that are under aging center, for example, are all under Saipan accounts.
Okay, so that's the cost share, but do we know if it's federal funded or that it's still from the central
Some are federally funded, and then some are DCCA stipend.
Okay. And going back to the Vice Chair's questions about programs and services offered through DCCA, the main, right? Because Bula grant fundings ni Marisisibigi for the whole department, you guys receive your equal share, or, I mean, is it?
Meaning the whole, as in the whole cinema,
Yeah.
DCCA?
Yeah.
Negative, sir.
Okay. So is there, aside from the programs and services that's offered in Saipan, is it, do your department here in Rota mirror the same, or are you limited to some programs and services, like with childcare?
Yes, sir. We are always
and-
limited to programs and funds. We usually get our funds and from our central office in Saipan, the secretary, and as well as from, let's say, the NAP program, office of the aging, those stuff. Yeah. Regarding Office of the Aging, they're the ones sending from Saipan operational needs like food and fuel for the aging center. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield for now.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the members? If there's no more further questions, the chair would like to thank you, Mr. Manglonia and Ms. Julita Calvo, for coming before this Ways and Means Committee and giving your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mrs. Osmase. It seems that we don't have the Department of Public Works yet, but we do have defense. We will tackle defense in 5 minutes. Short recess.
are back in our session, and before us is Department of Fire and Emergency Medical Services. We have Assistant Chief Ron Ogo before us. Sir, you have the floor, and you can have opening remarks.
Okay.
You got the floor.
Good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Ron Ivan Ogu. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief of and Department of Fire and Emergency Medical Service. So the Department of Fire and Medical Emergency Services is comprised of two divisions, operational and administration. Under the operations division, we currently have emergency services, Alpha Shift, Bravo and Charlie Shift, Hazmat, Sauru and Forestry, Emergency Medical Service and Fire Prevention Arson Investigation. This division is designed to respond to all 911 calls needing fire and emergency medical service. Under the administration division section, logistic and supply and training and development. Furthermore, this division is responsible to plan, coordinate and resource training to ensure all firefighters are certified and up to standards with the required training. Lastly, the division handles all administration needs for the department to include personnel, payroll, procurement, and outreach programs. So, for personnel, we have 19 sworn firefighters. For an administration, the other thing, we have revolving funds under ambulance and prevention. Yes. Is there if there's any question you'd like?
Okay.
like
Since
to,
you mentioned already, Assistant Chief Ogo, with regards to your revolving funds, you said you have the ambulance and prevention revolving funds. Do you happen to know how much is in the account?
Yes,
as of
for
now?
ambulance, right now we have 5,065.30.
Prevention?
Prevention balance of 4,009.03.
And with these two revolving funds, apparently it fluctuates, right? Because
Yes,
it's
yes.
dependent on emergency calls, but on an annual basis, the average, how much do you guys actually collect for this revolving fund? Average, I know that it fluctuates either lower than last year, higher than.
I'm looking at 9,000.
Okay, 9,000. Okay, I'll open now the floor. Each year, average 9,000?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Both prevention and the
No,
ambulance or only ambulance?
In totality.
Prevention probably, I'm looking at 9,000. Ambulance is like 8,000.
Okay.
It depends on the run. That's how we get that figure.
Okay. I now open the floor for any members who has questions for our Assistant Chief. Let me recognize Vice Chairman.
And also I would like to mention too the from last year we got from Grant's office the jet ski and the side by side. It's a 75 gallon smoke pumper
It's a mini size side by side, just to respond quickly and go through narrow roads.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the, is he?
The small pumper truck, the
Oh,
side by
the
side.
ATVs, is it
Yes,
Polaris
ATV.
or
Yes,
something
sir.
like that?
Yes.
Yeah. And you got that from Grant's office?
Yes, from we applied it from NMHC,
Oh,
Genie
so
Mafnas.
from HUD,
Yes,
no?
yes.
From HUD. Okay. And I guess that, thank you, and that leads to my question in regards to the improvements of the building. I know that this is a big chunk of your operational cost that was slashed out by the administration of $100,000. Did you guys try to apply through HUD or NMHC in regards to the building, the structure?
Yes, yes.
And they never got back to you guys, or is that something to consideration? Obviously, this year is going to be a difficult one because it's already in the process of expenditures. No?
Actually, we got help from Saipan.
Saipan Fire
Yes, Saipan Fire.
to get the money, or
To get the materials and build the outside the bay.
okay. So then this $100,000 is not a request now. It's or
Yes.
It's still part of the
Yes,
request.
it's still, because we're gonna put in the bay for the jet ski and the side by side.
Okay. So, but that's what I'm asking. I guess did you guys put in a request to NMHC to the CDBG grant regarding refurbishing or remodeling of the station itself, rather than going this route? Because for sure, fire is one of the entities that receives a lot of HUD funding, because the services you guys provide to the community, you know.
Yes.
So, has there been an application submitted to NMHC in regards to the building itself?
Not at this time.
Is it something for consideration?
Yes,
by
yes.
Can we please get that, and then we can do what we can to assist you also, and hopefully get that funding assistance from them.
Yes, thank you.
We don't control their money. I'm not saying that we control their money, but I know that this is an option for fire, and fire is one of the main entities that receives funds from CDBG grant money.
Yes, we will.
Thank you, RD. And the overtime compensation, is that a request to Central, or is it that something that's just done on a local level? I'm asking.
Right now, from I say October, we spend up to this date 67 for overtime, because of the all the requests they put in, and the dry season that went by through us.
Yeah. And so, but that's being paid off by Central, correct? I hope that you guys are not they're not obligating you guys to pay it out of your local funds, meaning your local revolving accounts.
I think it's coming from Central.
Central? Okay.
Yes.
No, that I just want to make sure that you guys are not using your own local funds, unless it's going to be reimbursed. But until you see that contractual agreement that it's going to be reimbursed and it's black and white, then I agree, go ahead and use it. But failure to have that, please make sure that they do pay that.
Yes,
for you
it's going
guys.
to Central.
Of the federal grants that fire receives, which is a pretty big chunk of money, is it? I guess we're gonna go back to the previous departments. Are they trickling down? Are the monies trickling down from the Department of Fire Central down to you guys here in the First Senatorial District, or are you? It's kind of like you need to ask for money.
Kind of, we do a request up.
So like let's say the fire prevention program, federal funds that they receive, does it funnel down to you guys or not?
Yes, yes, they
It
do.
does?
Yes,
Okay.
we do request some um, uh, items from those they receive, like medical supplies or hoses, and go for.
What about the funding source? Like I get right, like fire prevention would send, let's say, $50,000. Central Defense receives $50,000. Does that money funnel down to you guys, or?
Yes, yes, we receive for fuel. For fuel, yes.
Okay.
During the dry seasons, they did funnel the money down to, so we receive those and we use it for fuel.
Okay. Okay. So it's clear that they're not withholding these monies that should be spread out to all the fire, the departments of fire. Obviously, there's one department, but separated by water, no?
Yes, yes.
So, okay. If that, then you guys are not having issues with that. Now, if you're having issues with that, please put that on the table so that when we get to the Department of Fire in their budget hearing, that we raise these concerns also, because it's important for them to funnel funds also down here to Rhoda and to Tinian as well.
Yes, yes, we will.
All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry. To my
Yeah,
to
Sir
my
Clint
left is
Barcinas.
Captain Clint Barcinas is handling now the operations during the Chief Joe Hokuk's absence. Now he's handling the operation.
Thank
So,
you. Thank you,
yes.
Hardy. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice, and welcome, Captain Clean Borsinas. Are there any other questions from the members? Recognize Representative Julio.
Thank you, Fire Chief Ogo and Captain Clint Ogo. Clint Borsinas for joining us today. First of all, is the Deputy Commissioner Glenn still here?
Yes, yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mention he couldn't be here. He got health
Okay.
issue.
All right.
So
So my question is, on the personnel training costs, your department is asking for 100K, and then travel expenses, you're also asking for 100K. Is that travel expenses part of the training, or?
yes, yes.
Okay, so it's both are.
Yes.
So you're asking more than 100 for training.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Again, like I've previously asked of other departments, do you think that the central department should be shouldering the cost for training for your department?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right. So I guess with the travel expenses, you can include that as your personal training
Yes.
costs, right? Okay. Thank you. Are you?
Thank you, Rep. Julie Ogo. I now recognize Representative Malcolm Omar.
Thank you, Chief. I just want to clarify with personal training costs and travel. The central no main defense.
Yes, yes.
How much like ko mapapasi the major travel in island or off island travel, none, or does it just amjamo mapapasi gini para total mito?
From the last we did pay low. If there is training, they're the ones paying like the certifications and so on. Training during like for training like jet ski or firearm certification for that.
With this for research and stuff, do they hold the recertification trainings here or Manonam Juparasaipan or San Lago?
Yes, yes. Sometimes they choose from each island to send to states or to Saipan, Tinian and Rhoda. They send up. Depends on what training they have, or if the numbers, the instructors can come down to less the cost.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Rep. Omar. Are there any other questions from any of the members? If there's no further questions from the members of the committee, I want to thank you, Chief Ogo and Captain Borsinas, for coming before us and giving your testimonies and answering the questions of the members. And if there's any last words, I give you the floor back.
Well, thank you, honorable members, for listening to us, and I hope that it goes through. Thank you, and move forward.
Jesus Masi.
Jesus Masi. Thank you.
Let's take a 5 minutes recess, and I believe there are folks from Public Works here. Let's take a 5 minutes break, and then we'll continue on with our budget hearing. We are back in our committee session, budget hearing, and before us now is the Department of Public Works, and we have RD George Satellic and his colleague here before us. And I'll give you the floor, RD. Please state your name for the record and provide your statement.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of this body committee. My name is George Antalik, Resident Director, Department of Public Works. With me is Albert Tovis, Branch Manager for Solid Waste.
Good afternoon.
Are there any requests in addition that your department has submitted before the administration, before the proposal, before the legislature?
No, Chairman. That's it.
So at this time, it is reflective that there is, are they still total 22 personnel in DPW at this moment?
28.
28?
Including. That's including solid waste.
Okay, to
Including.
include solid waste, but in DPW, 22, right?
Correct.
And you guys are requesting an additional personnel under the DPW?
Yeah, under roads and ground.
For roads and grounds. And there's still currently 6 personnel under solid waste, right?
7.
7, in totality, yes. So with the request here of 15,000 for travel, is this for inter-island travel?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And with the request of 50,000 for repair and maintenance, does the department still have capital equipment currently, or you guys are still renting from a private company?
No, we're not renting. We have equipment in place.
Okay, and this requests for repair and maintenance are for these heavy equipments, are they?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Are there any questions from the members for our? Let me recognize the Vice Chairman, Rep. Bejato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. RD, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
To your assistant. Thank you guys for having us here on ROTA. Can you hear me? Is it?
Yeah,
Monica?
yes.
Laura?
Yeah, Monica.
Just in line with the chairman's question, you said that you have all the capital equipment, correct?
Yes. We have fuel from the CIP fundings.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about this rental of heavy equipment? What's that?
We just include that, if disaster, arise, because most of the equipments we don't have the proper equipment, but
Okay.
working equipment, yes, we do.
Okay.
But there's some equipments that we need to reach out to.
So this is more like preparing. Obviously, typhoon season's coming up. No, should they have a request, you have to rent the equipment to assist you guys in
Yes,
your
good,
functions.
yes.
Sorry, I believe I missed it. How many revolving accounts do you guys have?
We have the under technical service.
Technical,
Yeah.
TSD?
TSD, yes.
How much is in that account?
I don't have the.
Do you guys have
exact-
access to that?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Yes.
and you guys have access to view and access to spend?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and you are the expenditure authority, or
Yes.
is the mayor?
Yes, us, DPW.
DPW?
Yes.
How about the right of way, which belongs to DPW now? Have you guys enforcing any charges for right of way?
Central, they know, they're the ones that are handling the, the fees of, whatever that is.
Okay.
Okay, I mean,
Okay, so the regulations are not completed, no?
I'm not, yeah, should.
Okay, so if
most
those are
likely.
completed, maybe we can share with you guys so that we'll assist the DPW in or either that or work with the businesses in either upgrading the shoulder so it's less cost on DPW's maintenance and so you give and take, no? Nazuda. Okay, and I know that the operational request is 299,582, but the governor's submission to the legislature cut you guys by 293,460. That's just for at the current rate. How are you paying for operations?
At this moment, no, Vice, no, there's funding, special funding under the CON road repair
Okay,
project.
okay,
So that's where we're at right now. That's what's moving the department right now.
Okay.
So
And would that continue, sir?
it's, I guess, it should be.
It's formula based.
I have less than 20 right now.
Less than 20?
Yes.
Is that an annual grant that DPW receives? Or
No,
is
it's
there
just a special fund for
special funds?
road repair.
Okay. Is there any specific grants outside of DPW Central that the municipality have applied for in regards to project-based grants?
There's so many going on. No, Vice, no, I'll just enlight to Doogie subdivision. Those are the biggest access that we will be opening it up.
Okay.
So those are the major ones as of this time.
That's grant money?
It's just through our secretary.
All through the secretary. And
Secretary,
then-
all grants are, I'm not,
So this road that you guys are opening, this is access roads for...
it's right of way.
Right of way?
Yes.
Right of way? Okay. That's... and this is just for, I guess, access roads to certain areas, or is this an access road that's being requested by DPL to get to certain areas?
Yes, correct, by DPL.
So DPL is the one requesting?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so maybe what we can do is turn that around and charge DPL for the services that you guys are rendering to them.
Yes, correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you guys are doing that right now?
Yes, yes.
All right,
Yeah.
that's great. So zero cost on you guys,
Yeah.
and then charge them additional for maintenance of the equipment, no?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. John, thank
For-
you.
yeah.
And I yield my time.
Thank
for
you.
now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice. RD Atalik, the 7 employees that are under solid waste, those employees are all getting paid by the Central Secretary of Department of Public Works. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman.
And
That's total 8, Mr. Chairman.
I total 8.
8, yeah.
Sorry, because 22 in DPO first senatorial.
Okay,
And
okay.
then 8 on under solid waste. So with under solid waste, what is the status of the landfill here?
Mr. Chairman, we have very big issue right now, trying to organize it. We don't have the proper equipment.
No.
We're still, on a very minimal equipment that's not proper equipment to operate at the landfill. So that's the challenges right now that we're facing right now. We need the proper equipment.
Right.
We reach out to delegate for an assistance on that certain amount. We reach out to grants office, and I just got a call from Saipan main office. They're inquiring what the status of the D6 equipment. So I guess we send the needed documents for us to be
Right.
Hopefully we get help from that, you know. That's the impact right now we're at. It's not
Right.
we need the proper equipment, but it's down
Okay.
as of this time.
And you guys are working fairly together with the Central DPW to try to address and get to up to par with the landfill, right?
As of yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you guys are not assessing as of this moment any tipping fees, right? With
No,
regards to
not as.
So, are there any concerns from EPA by far at this moment with any potential violations on the landfill?
We're currently violating the whole 9 yards at
Wow.
this dumping site.
Yeah.
It's not permitted. They're working on the water testing to get, you know, the sample and move forward for the permitting.
And the reason my questions are directing on this way is that, you know, being up to par with the landfill can give the department or enable the department to start assessing tipping fees where it could be considered as a revolving funds that could be generated and be used within the First Senatorial's Department of Public Works. And I hope that I'm hoping that the central government are giving serious looks into the landfill here in the First Senatorial District. Thank you. And are there any other? Let me recognize Representative Julie Ogo.
Thank you, Artie Atalik and Solid Waste Manager Albert Tovis for joining us today. My question is, there's one revolving account which is the building inspection, right? And that money comes into the local level fund
Correct.
account, right?
Yes.
I know that you wrote a letter to my office addressing that you wanna. There's several accounts that you want to create a sub account in order to get that money back to the local funds. What are those accounts again that you wanna?
We're trying to, you know, the equipment rentals. Those are the really, you know, part of, you know, our. But it really goes to general fund. It doesn't, you know, it's not a revolving fund. So all equipment rentals that are being rented out, it goes directly to the general fund.
Yeah, like the private will rent from DPW, and then when they deposit the
Pay-
money
yeah.
into that equipment rental, it goes to the general
General
fund.
fund,
Not
yes.
to the.
Not to the.
So there's
it's-
no sub account.
It's not a revolving fund. It's
And
a
you
general.
get that money?
No.
Zero?
Yeah, zero.
So, oh, okay, but they collect it here.
I think, Chair, the question is, are you guys allowed to do that first and foremost, to rent to the private?
Yes, we have the.
You guys have the MOA,
The fees and
MOU?
the.
Okay, so, and then, but when it was created by regulation, by statute?
I mean, when I walked in, you know, it was
It
in
was already
place.
there.
Yeah, in
Okay,
place already.
so-
So I don't.
And that's just rental equipment?
Correct.
That's your concern, is the rental equipment?
Yeah,
Maybe
just
what
we need
can-
a, you know, I mean, I'm not sure how we're gonna
I
go
think we
about
can,
the language.
I think we can do that now. We can do anything with DPW that's rented out to private companies for assistance. Revenues generated from that shall remain with DPW ROTA, DPW Tinian, and
ROTA.
so that, and then you're still the expenditure authority, right?
Yes.
Expenditure authority should be the resident director. Is that
Yeah.
okay with you? And then we can put that. At
'Cause-
least,
Yes.
and it's,
I know.
at least for
Yeah.
for this budget, no? And we'll sample it, and then you guys can be able to see, gauge if it's effective for you guys or not effective for you guys, and you're gonna be able to see the true value of that rental piece, no? So okay.
And there's other account that you want to also do the same. What are those accounts?
No, it's just the. I mean, it's included also with the tipping fee. You know, we just want to make sure that, you know, everything is, you know, in one
I think you
one
mentioned
language.
about signs too, the signs.
Oh, the
Signs?
signage, it's central
Central.
office is the one that are,
So-
organizing and
Mhm.
approving for all the signs.
But you don't collect from that, right?
No,
Okay.
no.
Thank you,
I yield.
Rep. Ogo. Just going back quickly to the solid waste employees. You said currently there is 8 now employees, right? But you have actually 9 altogether from Central, right? So which one was just recently occupied in vacancy? Is it the position solid waste maintenance supervisor or the equipment operator 4?
It's the branch manager, Chairman. Yeah.
The branch manager is,
Yes.
say, Mr. Tovis is
Yes.
the newly, okay. So just counting this is just 7. So are there any vacancies under solid waste?
No,
Maybe
it's, everything is filled.
everything's filled. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Right. Yeah. Are there any questions from the members?
What's your, you have
Other
opening
questions?
there? No, those, no, nothing, no. Yeah.
Okay, if there's no further questions from the body, the chair would now like to thank you, RD Atalik and branch manager Albert Tovis, for coming before this committee and providing your testimony. We thank you for that, and if there's any last words, we give you back the floor.
Malika, si those mga sa chairman and members. Appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have now left over in our order of business DPS. So do we have anyone from DPS here? Okay. Okay. Welcome, RD, and we thank you for coming before the committee on this budget hearing, and I'll give you the floor, and before you give your statement and testimony, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking your time to be here to speak with all of the departments. We all appreciate you guys. My name is Christine Cabrera. I am the resident department head for the Department of Public Safety. Welcome again, and if you guys have our budget submission, we are open. I'm open for questions.
Okay, thank you. Our first question would be: are there any vacancies at the moment in the Department of Public Safety?
Currently, yes, sir. But before I get into that, I wanted to introduce the Captain Noel Calvo, who is here with me today. Yes.
Calvo, Captain Calvo.
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed.
Sorry, I have a lot of papers in front of me. To answer your question, Rep, we currently have 6 vacancies. Yes, however, when we tried to open them up, OMB was I believe it was during their blackout period, so we had to hold back.
Okay, so our records are reflective that there's 10 vacancies. So it seems that just very, very recently, there's 4 that just occupied 4 vacancies. When is the last time a vacancy position was occupied?
I have to apologize, Rep, as I am a newly appointed RD for DPS. I might not have that information right now, but what I can do is forward it to you guys at a later date.
Okay.
During my tenure, we have not hired anybody.
And the blackout that you were mentioning from OMB, when did that happen? Did that happen just recently? When you were trying to fill these vacancies? You're still trying to fill this vacancy, is it, RD?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that was around March to April, if I'm not
March, okay.
mistaken. Captain Noel can answer your first question.
Sure, please, you have the floor, Captain.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, the reason why I was the acting resident director at the time before Director Cabrera came in play. Yes, we had so many FTEs that were vacant during the time of 2023 going up, but we were not in liberty of opening those positions based on some of the public laws that were created by the government, and we have to hold off in hiring have those FTEs, filled in. We did have so many officers that actually resigned from the department, and there are some officers that were out there that wants to come into the department, but we couldn't open the position at that time. So Director Cabrera was trying to open those positions, but we were held back because based on the blackout with no session.
Okay, and maybe perhaps is Miss V still in our virtual meeting? Miss V?
Yes, I'm still around listening.
Yes, so we are just talking about the vacancies here in the First Senator District for the police department, and folks from here were mentioning that they were making efforts to fill these vacancies, and that one of the reasons for not filling these vacancies was the blackout a couple of months ago. What is the status of these vacancies at this moment? Can the Department of Police move forward in trying to fill these vacancies?
Chairman, thank you for that question. Currently, the department has 10 vacancies, of which 7 are fully funded and 3 are unfunded vacancies. Yes, they can proceed with the hiring, knowing that the department, operates on. They are one of our critical and essential departments, taking care of public safety. As of May 28, that is the list that I have of the number of vacancies for the department.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. V, for that clarification. Are there any questions? Yes, go ahead. RD, did you wanted to say anything?
So one of my initiatives for DPS is to ensure that people get promoted and there's no bottleneck on the bottom ranking of the officers. So I did want to I do not know if my term is correct, restructure or reallocate some of the positions to open up PO3s in order to promote or allow them to qualify to become sergeants. So those are one of the things that we were working on. So just to inform you guys, out of the 7 funded FTEs, that's probably gonna lower due to the reallocation that I intend to do.
Let me recognize the Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, RD, for that. Ms. V, thank you for providing that information. So I guess what you're trying to do is open up PO3 positions?
That is correct. Right now, we have a PO2 commanding the patrol, and
Okay.
it should be a PO3 and
Should be a
above.
PO3.
So that is one of my mission during my tenure here with DPS, is to ensure that we put these officers up to the ranks that they deserve, especially.
Okay, so I guess this goes to both you and Ms. V. Those 10 positions, the 7 positions that are actually funded, are those positions, are any of them PO3 positions?
No, sir. The highest rank is PO2,
One.
and that's 1, and then the rest are PO1s.
So out of the 7, there's only 1 PO2 and the rest are PO3s. It's like,
PO1s.
according to Ms. V?
I believe Ms. V is still on. Ms. V, did you catch that question?
Yes, there are two vacant PO2s, but only one of them is funded.
Okay. So there's 6 PO1 positions. Is that correct, Ms. V?
Yes, 6 PO1s.
I guess the question here, and they meet the qualifications, everything, RD, in accordance to you guys' policies and stuff.
In collaboration with OPM, we were able to review, and yes, a whole lot of them, they have taken on leadership positions before. It's just the department never had the funding or the FTEs to promote them. So I would like to take this opportunity, because we do have FTEs, to actually do the right thing and promote these people, and also open up, hopefully,
funding.
as much as 5 or 6 PO1 positions in the means of an academy, if our good commissioner allows that.
And I think that was really leading to my next question. Are we willing to reclassify those positions? Like, let's say those 6 PO1s. You remove 3 PO1 positions and you only have 3 PO1s left, no? To reclassify, take that salary to create those PO3s in order to justify, but now you go from 7 vacancies down to 4 vacancies.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something you want to consider now or later? We can't change the classification of an employee. It has to be based on merit, no? And then OPM does that, and then we're gonna have to create the PO3 salary adjustments, correct?
Okay.
And then that's when we can actually move the funds. But you're gonna definitely lose a couple vacancies for sure.
Yes, I project about 2 PO1s. And that is only because once I promote PO2s into the PO3 positions, that leaves PO2 vacancies
Are
open.
vacant.
So I'm pretty sure that I will release maybe 2 to 3 PO1s.
To probably
If-
get 1 PO3.
I need 2 PO1s to have 1 PO3 position.
Okay, so if that's the case, and how many PO2s would you need, or is the PO2 right now, that vacancy is okay, and how many PO2s are you gonna move up to PO3?
Depending on how my plan was to use 3 of the PO1s to fund 2 PO3 positions.
Okay.
If I am not allowed the funding that I am requesting for now.
But I think it's very important that you fill those positions up right now, because if you don't fill those positions up right now, it's going to be so much easier to move this money somewhere else.
Please don't move it.
I'm just saying, you're opening it
Yes,
up
I understand.
to interpretation, right? And you
Yeah.
have how many months left within this fiscal year to fill these positions? And if
Yes.
you're not filling the positions, it doesn't make sense to keep it. It might be actually be zeroed out. We don't know if there might be a supplemental budget or a revised budget request by July 1st, and now you've just lost out of your 7 vacancies.
Okay, so our AO is right now working on all the vacancies. I'm shooting for the stars when I ask for 4 PO3s, but to be practical and realistic, I have accepted that with these vacancies, we are able to make two PO3 positions a reality. So we're working on it, I promise, before July.
Yeah, no, please,
sure.
please. I mean, we want to help you guys out. You guys have the money, and if we do get into the academy program back, hopefully within the next year or so, we can actually utilize WIA funding first up front, right?
Yes.
But we want to make sure that you guys fill these positions, because failure to fill these positions is going to be more difficult to maintain it vacant, but more difficult to guarantee that the money's still there. So while the money's there, you should really address that. I think you should work with Central, OMB, and OPM so that you can try to see how you can reclassify these individuals before you lose out with the actual funding. Please,
Thank you, Rep.
let us
Yes.
know how we can also help out.
Thank you, Vice. Are there any other questions from the members? You have no questions?
Oh, I have plenty requests.
Oh, please proceed,
Oh,
Artie.
okay. So, with our real office, real ID office. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. There is a need for FTEs for that section under DPS. So we cannot continue having our uniform personnel attend to. That's really a lot of, or not so much the responsibility of uniform personnel. It's something that the civilian employee can actually do. So that's a part of my request, along with the police, officer 1s, and I think 3 that was. I do need technicians for the real ID office and also driver's license technicians. Along with that, we have a fleet of GMC terrains that no one on island is certified to fix. So, how many terrains again is that? All right, total. So we have 6 terrains for our patrol section, and out of that, only 2 is working at this time. Both vehicles each have issues, brakes issue, ignition issues, and in the middle of an emergency, we don't want to have that type of problem while rushing to respond to emergencies.
Are there any help from Central DPS, Commissioner Macaranas, with regards to vehicles coming your way?
Yes, so first I want to say thank you to Central DPS for assisting us. When I first came in office, he sent down a lot of his people to assist me, knowing that I'm new. And he helped us pay off our arrears with IT&E. Surprisingly, when I got into DPS, we did not have a landline at Central. We did not have any landline. You cannot contact us unless it's an emergency, which is 911. So with that, I want to give Commissioner Macaranas the biggest appreciation, and his team, for assisting us, and we finally have a landline for Central. So that was a big win this year. On top of that, he was able to bring several officers to look at our cars to determine whether they are able to be fixed or what little parts they need. So they provided us with tires. They provided us with the parts to change little things with the cars. But for the major issues with the 4 terrains, they need to have certified technicians work on that. And unfortunately, no one here in Rota is certified. Unless we send those terrains to Guam, it's a lost cause. So that's a whole bunch of expenses versus you guys giving us the money to buy new vehicles that can actually access rough terrains. So much for GMC terrain, no? So, yeah, specifically, I am asking for trucks so that we're able to access agricultural areas. There are a lot of crimes happening in those areas. It's just they're not being reported. I'm hearing about it from secondhand information and such, but just the fact that people are saying their cattle are being killed or stolen, it's a lot. It's alarming because we can't go to their farm areas.
I know that you guys are also recipients of the grant, meaning the Department of Public Safety is a recipient of a federal grant in regards to operational costs. We just have another $3 million that's going to the Department of Public Safety for enforcement operations. Has that been brought up on the table? I know it's fairly new. We just got this information about a week ago. We can put that on the table. I think it's important. We will get DPS Central in our budget hearing, but can that be something that you start discussing with Commissioner Macarona, since he's already reached out and lend a helping hand to assist you guys in your office, and why not ask for additional stuff now to help out using this money? It's external money, and if the trade-off is to bring those vehicles back to Saipan and then refurbish it or get it fixed and maybe through procurement process sell it out so that you get it out of your hands. I know it's really nice that we get a lot of these nice vehicles that are the U.S. made brands, but unfortunately a lot of our shops here are jack of all trade shops and not a master of none, and GMC and Ford and those companies are very difficult vehicles to maintain rather than the regular Toyotas that we're so used to. But can we just at least start that conversation regarding this $3 million as an opportunity to lay on the table? And then when we get DPS in, we can also bring it back up with them, follow up for you guys.
In addition, Rep, so far, Commissioner has never refused any requests when I ask. So I have a lot of hope with that $3 million. If Commissioner's listening, we love you here in Rota, and we hopefully, we look forward to working with our counterparts, both Tinian and Saipan.
Question to Captain Calvo. You guys have funding to recertify your personnel with the firearms. When is the last time you guys have a recertification?
We had our last recertification back in October last year. Last year of October.
Okay, so you guys are good for
another
you guys
year.
do that annually,
Yeah, we're
right?
actually, because of the funding shortage, we cannot always get enough ammunition to constantly do every
Right.
6 months certification, so we do it annually. So we'll
And
do
where do you do your recertification? Here?
here in Rota, up in the Sabana shooting range.
Thank you. Recognize Representative Julie Ogo.
I'm glad to hear that the landline is back in, back on. Do you guys have, or your officers have a, like, cell phone or radio when they're on duty out? Is that, I know that's a very essential communication when they're out in the community.
So unfortunately, and I know that a lot of departments are experiencing the same thing we are, we use a lot of our personal devices to communicate official matters with official matters. So it's not fair. It's really not fair. And we pay for it. We use it for official duties. So basically, and it still remains as the primary form of communication for DPS. We do not have any working radios, which is, I believe it's in our submission, and that is to outfit all vehicles with some form of communication, as well as computers and some type of internet service.
Have you discussed this with, or, requested through the commissioner if they can help with that?
During the time I submitted this, the $3 million was not
Yep.
was not realized yet. So hopefully he'll take all of our requests into consideration if we are unable to get assistance from Central.
Okay. What are your what revolving accounts does DPS have right now, and if you have the figures?
Figures? No, I'm sorry, Rep. I do not have the figures, but
What revolving accounts do you have?
the only revolving of funds that we have would be the driver's license, the registration of vehicles, and if anyone should register their firearms. That's about it, but I'm still unclear about the percentage that should go to DPS, because as far as I know, I think the whole portion, I think, goes to the judicial. So even with that, we're the ones using fuel to go and, get those citations. Rep?
They're talking about the judicial building fund.
Can you answer that?
So yeah, I think so. That's been completed, no. So right now, the 20% is broken down. 20% of whatever the collection are for fees and fines that used to go to the judicial building, which was created back in the 90s before any of us were born. That money was reserved so that it can pay for the building loan for the judicial building. But now that they've paid it off, 20% of that money is being split to like DPS, and a portion of it goes to the judicial building. The remaining 80% goes into the general fund now. But those are monies. We're trying to recollect the 3-year period when they completed the payment back, so that we can take that money and actually reserve it for DPS. That was the idea behind that. There's a sitting legislation right now in the House that's going to be pushing to take 80% of that money and give it to DPS, or take the 100% and give the DPS the enforcement portion, and whatever fines that the judicial branch enforce on individuals or companies, whatever, they would keep that. So whatever happens at DPS side, DPS keeps the money. What happens to the judicial side, judicial keeps the money.
Which sounds very fair. So I do not have the numbers that you were talking about.
Yes.
3-year frame. If you do, I would appreciate getting that info.
And that's the goal, no? And
Yes.
I think we may have to take it even a step further. Because if we don't take it a step further, whatever you guys collect here goes into the big pot of DPS, and whether that makes it back down to you guys or not down, that's another story. But if we take it even further to allow the respective municipalities to maintain the monies that are being collected from the fees or whatever fines, you keep it here in the law. I think it'd be so much easier. But honestly, on a personal level, I'd rather see it on a regulation level, because it's so much easier to address rather than on a legislative level, because then it becomes like a political mess down the road when you're trying to change stuff like that. And you guys at DPS know how to run your department better than us making decisions up there, and then you would know how to distribute the funds and be more effective and efficient in providing safety to our community. So that's just the way I feel. But that bill is in line, so rest assured that this body is in support of that. And I know that the one thing that the judicial branch has been fighting to keep that money, but they've had it for over 20 years.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Just one last question, RD. I know that one of your requests fundings were in the tune of 50,000 for professional services. What is this professional services you guys are acquiring?
Nangarep sabi ata na. Are you talking about the repairs and maintenance? Personnel training?
Under class code 62060, your department made a request of 50,000 for professional services. Just wanted to ask what professional services are you guys acquiring or going to acquire?
Can you repeat the code again?
62060.
62.
Class code?
My apologies. Oh, is this the one? Oh, no. I don't have that on my request.
Okay. It's reflective on the your request breakdown. But anyway, maybe you can perhaps, when you get back, and can circle back to the committee on that. Recognize Rep. Julie Ogo.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Rep.
Could that be, you guys have a mechanic, right?
Yes, we do.
Would that fall under professional services, like contract them out or something like that?
The only thing that I could probably think of is the renovations that we need to have done for the Marine Patrol section.
Now, maybe perhaps professional services are like acquiring a lawyer.
Yeah.
Those are professional services.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry, I don't have
which
that.
is it's kind of odd because the aegis is supposed to be serving our government, right? But anyhow,
Yeah.
Maybe it was it was just included under professional service, but it was meant for something else. Maybe for upgrade and of the facility was probably the intent, but it was included in the professional services.
a typo or
Yeah,
something like that.
it's possible.
My apologies.
Oh, no, not on you. This is.
I do
this
not
is what
have
we
that
re-
code here at
yeah.
all.
This is
so-
what we received from the
Right, yeah.
administration, so
Oh.
it's not you guys'
Oh, okay.
issue. We're just doing a
Right.
comparison between the proposals and actual submission by the administration. So it may possibly just be included there, and maybe they got excited and they wanted to add an extra zero for you guys' budget.
A
but-
lawyer for DPS.
Okay.
Well,
Are you?
Thank you. So, no further questions. We actually, thank you, RD. I will give you the last words, but we want to thank you and Captain Covell for coming before this Ways and Means Committee to provide testimonies and answer the questions of the members. And I yield to you to have the last words.
and with that, I would like to yield to Captain Covell to share a little bit about the hardships that his officers are going through right now, the funding challenges, the buying fuel for DPS challenge, and everything else that makes our daily life at DPS truly difficult.
Thank you, Artie. Thank you, guys. I know I've been into this budget many times, and I've expressed my sentiment with how the department is going. I've been in this service for 21 years, and I've been in good, bad, worse situations in the department. We have been to different governors, different mayor, different directors. So I've tried it all. Yeah. So the difference is, with us officers that are seasonal for years here, we're actually more as a sentimental officers. We're no longer that whatever they give us, right? But as the department is serving the department for 21 years, and you've dedicated your time, and you remove yourself from your family quality time because you want to make sure that you keep the peace on the island, to make sure that the island gets the fair treatment. It's hard for us officers to know that we can't perform our duties as assigned because of funding issues. And being the operation commander for the department, it hurts me to see that we can't get to emergencies safely, knowing that our vehicles are not properly equipped with everything. And we know that since I started in this department, we've had broken down, beat up cars, responding to calls. The sad part is we're also human, not only that we're an officer, right? We're also human. If we get into an accident with those vehicles running at 50 miles per hour trying to get to an emergency call, and we get into an accident because of vehicle malfunction, how do we tell the parents of those officers that it was our fault, that we didn't safely equip your husband or your officers with proper equipment to safely bring them from the station into where the emergency call is at, because we failed to give them proper vehicle, right? So when it comes to us seasoned officers, it's very sentimental for us to know that, and it's scary, right? To always look at your back and always prepare yourself for when something do happen. And we're always been proactive individuals, right? We don't wait till stuff start hitting, and then that's when we react. We're always trying to be very proactive. In order for us to be proactive, we need fundings for our equipment, fundings for trainings, fundings for our vehicle. But myself, like I said in the past, because I love my job too much, and I love the things I do, and everyone that's with me, I spend money just to make sure that if I can afford a brake pads for a car, I will pay for that, because the life of the officer that's responding to those calls, it's in my hand, right? And I want them to go home to their family. I don't want them to just hug their wife and their kids and saying, your dad saying goodbye does not mean I'll see you later. Sometimes it says it might be the last time, right? So us officers, we're not like other departments, and I have nothing against other departments, but we do critical emergencies. We don't just go to somebody's farm and just mode alone. We respond to actual, emergency code, whether it's domestic violence, assault and battery, some cases, rioting, things like that. And now that because amendment, Second Amendment was in place, everyone has the rights to bear arms. And the kind of arms that we can bear is everything except for 50 caliber or canyon. And I don't know who has gone anymore on this island. So we need to protect our officers with proper gears. We're not robots that we can just go to the shop and replace parts. Once we get shot, only God will determine whether we're going to survive or not. So this is why when it comes to us officers, we're very sentimental, and we really need those fundings, whether it's for our vehicle, for our fuel, or our, personal protective equipment. Us using our cell phone to go and communicate is not mandated, because it's in everyone's right to say, I don't need to use my phone at work to communicate. But we're trying to mandate our officers to use their personal phone to communicate for when they respond to cases, which is not their responsibility, it's ours. We're supposed to put a communication in line for them, to protect them. For somebody to call in and say, I need backup, that's time. As to click the radio, I need backup, right? So everything that's in place, everything that's happening, there's always, time is of the essence for everybody, right? So this is why we've been barking so many times about communication, about fuel, about equipment, about cars, because officers are not robots. We are not robots. We're human, just like everyone else in this house. We get shot, that's it. We don't have vests. We respond to residents that has multiple guns, and we don't know the ins of the residents. We just have to make sure that we use our proper training and techniques that we know how to do, but we don't know every single resident. We don't know the ins of their houses. So in order for us to protect our officers, we have to equip them with everything that we can provide for them so that they can go home to their family. But if we're gonna keep saying, no, we don't have money, no, we're gonna put money on this, just remember that when you guys need someone to protect, you guys don't call DLNR. You guys don't call MVA. You guys call DPS for any life protection security. You call DFEMS also for protection of life and property. We need to stop thinking about who makes more in the revolving fund to get more of the pie. We don't make enough in the revolving fund. Last time I took the budget, they asked me, how much did you guys make in your revolving fund? I said 6 months of registration, collection, all we made is 1,800. What is 1,800 gonna do for this island, for the department itself? So we're asking for your support in assisting us in what we need to actually best protect our officers. When they go out, they can come home to their family also, because it's our job to protect them, to find money so that we can properly train them, give them the tools and equipment they need to survive out there. So I'm asking again, and I thank you for your time, for listening to my sentimental and emotional, because that's been the thing about me here when it comes to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Artie, if you have something to say.
With that, Rep, I just want to let you guys know that we can no longer remain a reactive department. We just have to be able to forecast all different threats around the world, around the island. The generational change, it's really showing now. Things that we would never dare do to our elders is being done now. So with that mentality, please help us prepare to handle any type of threat or emergency that comes our way, and especially with keeping everybody safe on the island. My guys, man, they will die for you guys. Just to let you guys know that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we hear you guys out, and I want to thank you, Cap, and all your your officers thank you guys for your services. We are taking notes. We're hearing you guys out. Rep BJ, the vice chair, had mentioned that we just received from the Office of Insular Affairs 3 million for operational costs. So this August body would also reach out to the administration to see how they are going to divvy up those funding. And we hear you that you guys are lacking communication equipments and safety equipments, as well as vehicles, and we will work towards that efforts to find ways how they can render some of those fundings of 3 million for law enforcement operations to the first senatorial district. So we thank you for your testimony, and at this time the chair will now recess till tomorrow 9 a.m. to hear the office of the mayor. We are on recess.
Thank you.
We are back from recess from yesterday's proceeding, and now before us is the office of the mayor, the Honorable Mayor Aubrey Hokuk. But before we give the floor to our Honorable Mayor, I wanted to inform the members that we are delighted to be joined by OMB, Ms. Vicky Villagomez, and our Secretary of Finance, Ms. Tracy Norita, on today's proceeding. So with that, Mayor, we give you the floor for your opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, half a day. Welcome to LUTA. Honorable Chairman Sablan and members of this distinguished body. I again want to thank this body for accommodating my request to allow me to present today rather than our initial scheduled meeting. For the record, my name is Aubrey Hokuk, Mayor for the Municipality of Rota, and with me I have my Chief of Staff, Dean Reno Manglonia, and my Budget Officer, Mr. Joshua Calvo. And I want to again thank you for allowing my cabinet members and I this opportunity to share our financial needs for my office and for the various government departments under the Municipality of Rota. It is the mission of the municipality to maximize opportunities for social and economic development while retaining an attractive, sustainable, and safe environment for my people and our visitors. Through a partnership with local and federal partners, the municipality will strive to improve the quality of life for all residents living and working in our community. With the support of the Honorable Governor Arnold Palacios and Lieutenant Governor David Apatang and our Rota legislative delegation, our island of Rota has been very aggressive in executing and launching many programs and projects. If you were to drive around Rota, you would see many construction projects that were derived from federal funding sources, including the Community Development Block Grant under the Northern Marianas Housing Corporation, the Office of Insular Affairs, Office of Grants Management, our local legislation using funds from our share of the CEDA bond bill to construct new facilities. To construct or renovate facilities. We have many more projects expected to launch these coming months. So we are working very hard towards getting the respective permits, A&E designs, et cetera, to continue to push these projects through. In regards to our budget for fiscal year 2026, I humbly ask for the support to retain all FTEs, not just for my office, but for all government departments. For my office in particular, I seek your support to maintain the number of FTEs at 118. We currently have 110 FTEs filled, while the remaining are being processed. We have had staff relocate or were employed by other autonomous agencies, so they have had to resign. There is a difference between our request for fiscal year 2026 and with the governor's proposal of 139,406 to cover all FTEs. We ask for your humble consideration to please provide the difference. All personnel provide support to our community. We currently have 15 personnel on Saipan who provide support to our referral patients who were sent from ROTA through CHCC RHC. Although it is the responsibility of CHCC RHC, we cannot leave behind our people, which is what has prompted my predecessors and my administration to continue to provide the support. We assist all patients who have been referred to Saipan by providing ground and housing transportation. The number of patients that our staff provide support vary between 10 to 20 per week. And this is not including the 15 patients on Saipan seeking dialysis treatment. For those personnel on ROTA, we provide all types of support from logistics, media, site preparation, floral support, etc. For our municipal programs, for the autonomous nonprofits, for our schools, the church, our community seeking help with funerals, etc. We have had requests for manpower for school and community functions. We have also hired skilled workers to construct some of our local projects to offset the cost of having to bid out projects. This is what we are doing to bridge the local workforce to train other staff. It is our hope to expand their skill set and partner with NMTI and for other various certifications, which will provide support for our projects that will benefit our people. We are working with the Secretary of Finance and the Governor's Office to address our utility bills. I cannot express enough appreciation to our Governor and SOF and her team for their support by including the outstanding liabilities of the municipalities of Tinian and ROTA in the next round of negotiations with CUC. For ROTA, about 70% of the government departments and 95% of the public facilities have been converted to Nighthawk meters, so that we have been drawing down from the utility fund to pay for our current use. And any remaining balance we pay towards our outstanding accounts. We are currently in the process of converting all accounts to Nighthawk, with the exception of this building. We do have MOU agreements with CPA and the ROTA Courthouse to share utility bills, as the ROTA Custom Division is housed at CPA and the DPS Admin and BMV Division are housed at the ROTA Courthouse. My Chief of Staff has identified a major discrepancy with our street light utility bill, and we have communicated this with CUC. So I'm hoping we can rectify our concern immediately to reflect accurate usage by the municipality. For our operations, although the departments were given their separate allotment, my office still provides assistance with fuel, communication, and support to purchase parts or supplies needed for their respective departments. If there is any flexibility to increase our operations, any assistance would be deeply appreciated. We rely heavily on the Tobacco Settlement Fund and our MVA HUD funds to provide support for our operations and community programs. With that, I humbly ask for your support in lifting or continue to lift Public Law 18-1 relative to the collections of the hotel occupancy tax that provides support to the municipality. These needed funds are what will help us market and continue to launch our programs to attract and welcome visitors and tourists to travel to ROTA. Since the beginning of my administration, it has always been our plan to market or look to the Guam market and welcome the military personnel and our friends and families from Guam to visit LUTA. And we have made many strides in working with MWR with expanding and informing people about ROTA, but just due to the high cost and the inconvenience of not operating during the weekend, these are some of the barriers that we face as a municipality. But I am hopeful that we can continue to work with our Congresswoman in regards to our CBP issue. That'll hopefully provide flexibility to allow for weekend flights, and we can connect with Star Marianas and hopefully with Micronesian Air to open their route from Guam to Rota. There are also some issues regarding the hot funds that I believe the Tinian and Rota leadership will be addressing with MVA and with the support of Secretary of Finance. It is very difficult to be in your shoes, hearing the pleas of various departments and autonomous agencies seeking support and assistance. I know my resident department heads who came before this body yesterday shared their sentiments seeking for additional funds for FTEs, training, or operations support. I humbly ask for your consideration for their requests, as they will greatly address the concerns of our people. With that, if there are any questions by this body, I would be happy to take them now. Thank you, Mrs. Masi.
Thank you, Mayor Wokuk, for your opening remarks and statements. With regards to CUC, how much in outstanding and arrears is the Mayor's office pending in payments?
So I know we have, no, that's our budget. So I know we have over $1 million for our street lights alone. The various departments have respective amounts, and majority of our departments still need to be a majority of our departments are currently housed at the former Rota High School campus. So the campus still belongs to the CNMI public school system. But we have made attempts to have that facility be placed through grant funding applied by OGM to avail of any solar panels. But we were unsuccessful. The only one I think that is being considered or will be qualified will be this office, because we use this facility as a command center, etc. But we do have major outstanding bills, and I can get the specific details if you want and provide that to this
That would
body.
be very helpful, because our record reflects that your requests for utilities are at 90,000, but the governor's proposal is at 150, so there is a surplus of 60,000. So I'm assuming because your request is at 90, that's good for the fiscal year to tackle the utilities of all your departments. So this 60,000 in surplus would be going for the payment of outstanding. Is that correct?
Well, that's what has been happening, but I do know that there are plans, moving forward to have the facilities on Saipan for our patients, especially the utilities, to be given under the municipality. So I do know that that will be additional incurred costs currently that's being covered by the governor's office. And of course, we have not had any specific assessment in terms of the usage that by the patients per the facility, because they've just been on regular meters, so it's 1 meter. And so that's something that we will discuss with the acting SAA, Gonzalez. But I do know that that difference would help contribute to that billing that we do anticipate that will be converted to the municipalities.
Thank you for that clarification. And on yesterday's proceedings, there were a lot of concerns with your resident directors with regards to the special account. And I'm happy that Ms. V is here and the Secretary of Finance is here with their revolving funds. Some of them have balances right now with the governor's proposal for this fiscal year. But the attempt to avail to these funds are perhaps were greatly expressed that there's a need of assistance to avail to these funds. I'm, uh, I'm not too sure, Mayor, if, and I know that Ms. V is here and Secretary of Finance, so maybe perhaps they can chime in on how can these resident directors can be assisted with all these special funds with regards to revolving funds. Ms. V or Secretary?
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Chairman. So yesterday, that question was brought up, and one of like I said yesterday, that the mayor is the principal coordinator for the municipality of Rota, and it, depending on what the statute dictates on whether the resident department heads would have to go through the mayor for concurrence on the expenditure of funds. We just have to go back and look at the statute that provides for that special fund. But otherwise, like in the general fund, all the expenditure authorities within the resident department heads, they go through the mayor's office for approval before expending or obligating the funds.
Okay, that's thank you for that clarification, Ms. V, and I'm hopeful that maybe perhaps Mayor, with your assistance to your resident directors, because there are balances in the tune, some of them are in the tune of 10,000s, and this is something that could assist each department. I know that when some of the members were questioning their knowledge of the balances, they mentioned that they're probably 1,000 or 2,000, but there's actually more than that, according to what's provided by the administration. And so that leads me to my next question, which would be that the law enforcement, the biosecurity, the defense, and the Department of Public Safety had expressed deeply about the need of help for communications and safety equipments. So my question would be to Secretary of Finance that the recently award from OIA with regards to the 3 million for law enforcement operation, is this something that, what is the direction of the governor? Is this something that we can use to address the needed equipments for the law enforcement for the First Senatorial District with regards to safety equipments and communications? Madam Secretary? Or Ms. V, yeah.
So that law enforcement grant, I know that the announcement is out already, but we have not received the award. However, when the proposal was submitted to the Department of Interior, the 3 million was from an allocation from the island of Saipan. And so if you look at that, everything is going to go to Saipan because how the CIP funds are allocated, there's 75% going to Saipan and then 12.5% each going to Tinian and Rota. And so the 3 million came from the pot that was allocated to Saipan. So if the mayor and the leadership of Rota, the municipality, and as well as Tinian, they can submit a request to the governor to repurpose some of the allocation for Rota and Tinian so that they can also have that small pot of money for the law enforcement operations.
Thank you for that clarification. That's great information, and I hope, Mayor, that you reach out to our honorable governor, and at least we get some funding towards the First Senatorial District. So with that, I'm going to open now the floor for any of our members who have questions. I recognize Representative Angelo Camacho.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Mayor and team. So during your opening statement, you mentioned about issues with CBP for the direct flights from Guam and Tinian. Can you just kind of explain a little bit on the challenges you guys are facing?
Yes, so I know what has happened. Star Marianas has been flying down a CBP officer and to be able to clear passengers traveling to Guam. And of course, that has been an occurrence by the ROTA delegation. Our former Senator Paul Maglonia and Senator Donald Maglonia at one point were covering these costs, but it has shifted now to the ROTA delegation. I really want to give credit to our Congresswoman Julie Ogle for her hard work in collaborating and reaching out with and partnering with MVA to try to get the needed resources to be able to have our ROTA customs officer be able to clear moving forward. So they are in the process of working with or entering into an MOU with the CBP to allow our ROTA customs to do the clearance. That way we don't have to be sending a CBP officer to ROTA to do that clearance. And by allowing this, it'll allow flexibility with SMA and hopefully with Micronesian Air to open more flights, not just during the weekday, but to include the weekends. And this has been a request by many people who I speak with, you know, on Guam, that they would love to come, but they would need to fly back or return to Guam Sunday to return to work Monday. So that's been a recommendation that we've heard from various people on Guam.
And you mentioned a cost. Is there like a fee?
Yes, so they charge a round-trip fare for the CBP officer daily to be able to fly one officer down. So they fly them in the morning and have them return that afternoon. So that cost has been incurred by our delegation.
And do you have an average, like an estimated number of that cost?
Well, I'm going to use, how much? $7,000 a month.
And you guys are well suited with the customs
Yes.
officers?
Yes, I have spoken to our resident department head for finance, and she has shared, they even did a dry run, so our officers are more than capable of fulfilling this respective duty.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Rep. Angelo. Any other members? Recognize Representative Julie Ogle.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mayor Aubrey, and your staff, Chief of Staff Dean, and Budget Officer Joshua Kawa for attending today's budget hearing. Before I ask additional questions, the first question I would like to know is that 250,000 other expenses. Can you just share what kind of expenses is that for?
So there is a request of 250,000, and you were given by the administration 181,000. That's the item in question.
So we just placed this as like a emptive, I guess, to take initiative to address any shortfalls within the municipality, to address any emergencies or natural disasters. But we have had some, we have had progress in between this time frame of submission to now. We've been working with the Secretary of Finance, working with Mr. Donald, who has provided support to the mayors in times of emergency through the use of a P card. So that can be addressed, but of course, understanding that we will have to follow procurement protocols and ensure whatever available funds. But yes, that funds is for, I guess, to anticipate if there were any other crisis or emergency. That is what we just placed, just to be sure, and we want to avoid any. We want to avoid any other outstanding balances that is owed to vendors. When I came in, I've shared in the first year, heading into fiscal year 25 or 24 with this body, sharing how we've incurred so many costs with vendors, especially during Mankut, during the former administration, and many vendors who shared their frustration due to lack of funding to be able to clear those respective billings. So we've just placed this as to anticipate if anything.
Thank you. So I just wanted to know too, are you aware of that 70,000 plus arrears for the Sunshine Garden? Have you spoke to CHC about this, that housing for the long-term patients?
Yes, we are aware, and we've shared with them because they've asked the municipality to take over, right, that payment, but I've shared that it first is not the responsibility of the municipal government because we are not the ones sending them. Second, there is no funding that we receive to cover this. So we've just basically used our general funds to ensure that we cover the fuel. The vehicles that we have are the ones purchased by the delegation. We do have plans to because we've addressed some of our projects or sites that have been affected during the natural disasters. We are intending to convert some of those projects that were submitted to public assistance to alternate projects. So we want to purchase vans and a vehicle for the transportation of the patients. But in regards to the housing, there is expressed concern by the CHCC to have the municipalities take that on, but we share that we don't have any funding that come to the municipalities to be able to cover that cost. Anything that needs to be done or fixed at the Eslito facility, we cover that, we shoulder that, and we use any available funds that we have to address that. We are working very hard to get the Navy Hill up and running so that we can cover and expand those additional rooms to offer to our patients, but I'm now trying to remember that if there are funds or any bills that were occurred after 2023 in regards to Sunshine, that's a discrepancy that needs to be addressed with the person who signed that, because that person is no longer an employee of the mayor's office, and so that needs to be addressed between the vendor and that respective person.
Okay, thank you for that. Ayun.
Thank you, Rep. Julie Ogo. With regards to the 1% OPA fees, I know that almost all of your department, including your office, Mayor, there is a quite variance versus your request and the proposal submission of the administration. So I guess my question is, Ms. V and Secretary of Finance, with these variances, because every department has their own request, so are we meeting the mandated OPA fees that needs to be paid?
So the calculation would be on the governor's proposal, 1% of whatever the total personnel, other expenses and utilities, and yes, we are 1%.
So technically we are meeting the mandated. So perhaps the requests of each department are over the mandate. Is that correct? Because according to reflective on our notes, it seems like every department's request for OPA fees, they're actually higher than what is proposed by the administration.
So if the department, so one of the things that we verify is calculation of, like, for example, like benefits. Like sometimes they don't have, they may have exceeded the benefit calculation versus what we have directly from Munis. So we follow whatever's actively on Munis on like benefits. So the mandatory calculations for FICA and Medicare, those are like 6.2 and 1.45, but then per insurance, for life insurance, it's 1.8 versus, whatever is calculated by them. And a lot of the difference is coming really from calculations of the insurance and the health insurance and the life insurance. Those are the differences that we find across not only the municipality of Rota, but across all the other departments within the central government.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. V. Are there any other questions from the members? Recognize Representative TJ Mangonia.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, Mayor, team. Thank you again for having us here and for your warm hospitality. We really appreciate that, and I also want to take the time to commend you and your staff and your team driving around, seeing the improvements around the island, and seeing how everything's well maintained despite all the challenges. It's a really nice thing to see, especially since I haven't been here in a while. So I commend you guys for all the hard work that you guys do, and we truly appreciate it. Now, kind of circling back to that relationship with Guam, I know that you guys have been trying to push that because of the close proximity here to ROTA. Has there been any talks, I guess, with their legislature to maybe explore partnerships such as maybe tax incentives or breaks that might assist the people of ROTA as far as importing certain goods from Guam, and then vice versa, because I know that there is a high demand for produce, local produce on the island of Guam. So I was wondering, has there been any conversations with any of the Senate there, or anybody in the government regarding that?
Thank you, Representative, for that. Yes, so we have the Association of the Mariana Islands Mayors and Vice Mayors, the AMIM, which all the mayors from the CNMI are members of. This has been one of the hot topic discussions since the beginning of our administration. We have addressed a lot of concerns, right, in terms of our vessels traveling between ROTA and Guam, and one of the major concerns we brought up, or not concern, but opportunity that we brought up, is how we can export more to Guam, right? And not just from ROTA, but from Tinian, Saipan, et cetera. And we have met with Department of Agriculture. We have met with some businesses on Guam talking about that. It's just, we need to have, we are still in the process of putting together a proposal of what we can provide, because the members there share that there is going to be a high need, and what better way to support our neighboring islands than to buy from the neighboring islands. Is just, can the neighboring islands supply the demand that they need, right? And so that's something that we're trying to put together with our local farmers to see, and hopefully this will attract more farmers, because ROTA, Saipan, Tinian, we have the land that can provide the production of these respective fruits, vegetables, or root crops, and supply that to not only the local residents or businesses, but to the military. We do have some of our commercial farmers here on ROTA that do supply the neighboring islands of Saipan and Guam, but we can do more. And this is one of the things that we are trying to do locally to get our people into backyard farming. And we've been very thankful and very blessed to have received federal funds from OIA, OGM, even some of our nonprofits from Saipan have also extended their services to our farmers here on ROTA. So we do see an increase of farmers, and we are just we are hopeful that many of our farmers can venture into the commercial industry and be able to meet that. But we are working with that. We do have Economic Development Committee and the AMIM, and this is one of the things that we are trying to push to get more farmers to provide local crops to the island of Guam. In regards to exporting and importing, we were able to meet with the harbor master. We were able to meet with the ports manager, and so we have already, they have already offered like a docking slip where our boaters, our captains, or whatever vessels to transport can be utilized. So it's just a matter of finalizing our agreement to import-export, but we have already secured conversations and access to the marinas on Guam.
Thank you, Mayor. And if there's anything that we can do as far as the legislative side, I would kindly ask that you loop us in. That way we can, kind of make the connections with the senators there and strengthen that partnership, because, it's obvious that it's hard to get certain commodities all the way from Saipan to here, but Guam, it should be a lot easier and a lot more affordable, and, we could make that partnership work vice versa, because I know that, even just going to Payless, it's top dollar that people are paying for the local produce that comes from here. So if we could take advantage of that, then that's something that I know that would definitely help. And thank you for your efforts of also. I didn't know about that, the weekend flight situation, because I know that a lot of people from Guam want to come. They even just for a couple of days. Obviously it's the flight situation and also the hotel accommodations. But even if it was just a day flight, on the weekend, that could benefit you guys tremendously. Also, I think I mentioned it the last time I was here for a budget hearing, but has there been any, I guess, conversations or talks of providing, because I don't know if there's any tour agents here, tour guides, but maybe something that the mayor's office can work on to provide tours to all the historical sites, right? Because I know even if you wanted to come here as a tourist, if you didn't know where to go or how to get to certain areas, or obviously safety concerns, maybe providing sort of guided tours could also be a source of revenue generation. Is that something that you guys have talked about?
Yes, in fact, we have savvy businesswomen and men here on LUTA that have already started putting like packages together, working with the airlines, the local hotels to put packages, which is much more, I guess, can be more influential, right, to bringing in people. But we do have a lot of locals too that can provide this tour. Currently, my office, in collaboration with Department of Community and Cultural Affairs, we have our historic preservation officers that do provide this type of assistance. But we would also like to expand that. We have many people here who know of great tour trails that they can bring people in. It's just, again, bridging them to open up that business, and part of it is just them meeting us halfway. I do know the team at finance would be more than happy to assist them. We do also have SBDC, who is a great resource that can help provide assistance into starting their businesses. So the opportunity is here. We just want to attract our people, or encourage our people to do that. But with the many things that they have to pay or do, sometimes it can be difficult for them to really take that leap of faith, right? Because sometimes they would need to, maybe they don't have the financial means to start up, and that's something that maybe we can bridge them with CETA or SBDC. And part of it is just giving them that assurance, and it's hard because as a business you can't provide that assurance. But if we can definitely show that we are working hard to address what we can do internally to attract visitors, and if they see and have a good time and the reputation or their stories are great that they can share, and hopefully have more people come in, hopefully that'll be enough to influence them to start up their local business and expand our local industry here.
Thank you, Mayor. And lastly, I just bring this up because when I do travel, I do meet up with some people that travel to the CNMI simply just to play gaming, gaming machines. So how's that industry doing here? And do you kind of see some of the influx from Guam, from people that want to come here, and just because I know that they don't have any of those machines in Guam. So is that something that is still kind of on the table here? Or, how's the sentiment of the island on that?
That is some of usually when I talk to people, many times that does come up because they want to do that. They enjoy, they work hard. Many of them are in retirement. Whether it's from the Gov Guam or the military, and they just want a place, different from Guam. When you come to Rota, it's very slow paced. You feel at peace here, and so that's something that we are pushing. We just recently confirmed our final Rota Casino Gaming Commission, and so we need that to push a lot of our investors, because they have already expressed interest, but due to conflicts, some of the members are not able to vote. And so by filling in our commission, they are able to finally address the applications before them, and that'll help push and launch, because they are interested in having a land-based casino and then expand outward.
Thank you, Mayor. And you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative TJ Maglonia. Mayor, you mentioned about the ongoing projects here with regards to grant funds. What you mentioned block grants, and what is the other grants?
So we received also funding from the Office of Insular Affairs, OGM. Our local legislation has provided some of funds through our CETA bond bill, and this is to renovate some of our public facilities, like Tetetu, Guata, et cetera.
Right. Thank you for that clarification, and it's really delighting to see that, you know, that there are projects going on. I know we all are awaiting the return of the tourism industry, but this is a positive action moving forward, that while we're still waiting for the tourism to come back, we are addressing these sites. I just went to Ponya Point yesterday, and that was a beautiful project for cliff fishing, and I'm glad that that project is moving forward. Are there any questions? Let me recognize again Representative Julie Ogo.
Thank you, Chairman. This is when it comes to MVA funds. How often do you get the funds, and is it directly from Department of Finance? And then Secretary Tracy can chime in on this, or directly from MVA?
So for the municipality, we get them directly from finance. They are on a monthly basis. Whatever they collect, they do turn over or deposit to our accounts. I know there was an issue in regards to the public law, whereas if it's 2% or 400,000, and that's something we need to rectify with MVA. But MVA is a strong partner. They have a great team here. We also have a staff that is with MVA to provide support, because we share, right, the maintenance of these public facilities, and I want to give them a big shout out for all their hard work. You know, even with our team, our staff, they are the ones at the forefront of all that we do here. But yes, in regards to funds, we get them directly from SOF, but I have made a request to see if that can be transferred to our treasury.
And how often again?
So we get it on a monthly basis.
On a monthly basis.
Yes.
And this is, Secretary Tracy, this is based on what is actual received. President.
Yes, Rep. Ogo. It's on a monthly basis, and it's calculated based on the actual collection. Sorry, is that better? Yeah. So based on the actual collection, we do our percentage. The difference with the Municipality of Rota and Tinian is that we post their budget available within Munis, and they can start expensing rather than an actual cash transfer. Whereas Tinian, we do a cash transfer, and their municipal treasurer handles the expenditures from there. We have received Mayor Aubrey's request to change the methodology. That was a practice for a while to accommodate the Municipality of Rota, but because of the request that we received, I believe for this month's transfer, we will do a cash transfer to the municipal treasurer.
Okay, also, just to, you know, so that we're all on the same page, right? Is there any restriction that the mayor can, you know, use the money for? For example, there's events, right? You know, sponsored events by MVA, or a signature events by MVA, and then the mayor will, you know, collaborate with MVA to send out their staff, and they do overtime. Would it, is there any restriction to pay her staff through the MVA funds?
I believe in reading the statute, it's clear on what types of activities are allowed, and if personnel is included in those tourism enhancement activities, then it should be allowable, as long as you can tie the activity to what's allowed in the statute.
Okay, so we just want to make sure we're on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Ogo. Are there any other questions? Recognize Representative Yang Temay.
Just because I'm, is it on? I'm the chair for cannabis. How's the industry over here? And do you have any revolving account?
We really wish. No, we have, there's no industry here. I do know we've talked to some of the businesses on Saipan to let them know that Rota available, we would love to welcome them here, but I do believe they shared some concern in regards to the language of the law that would have them incur more costs that would not be beneficial to them. But yes, if they are hearing and if the legislatures would love to look at that and welcome them over to Tinian or Rhoda, we'd be happy to welcome them.
Because we have a commissioner, no, from Rhoda?
Yeah, but
In
it's
the-
expiring soon,
Oh. Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Sorry, one more thing. Okay, Madam, okay, Madam Finance Secretary, can you explain this thing, the one from Coast Guard, the grant from Coast Guard? Recreational boating safety grant. I think DPS and Fish and Wildlife, they share.
Yeah.
But so it doesn't come to you, it goes to them, or?
We process all federal grants. It does come through our office. It goes through the workflow. So your question was whether
What-
it comes to us?
Can they use it?
Yeah, is it being used here also?
In
Is-
Rhoda. I would have
Do
to
they
check
have
with
their own share?
I would have to check
Yeah.
with the award. So we'd have to verify with the federal
Because they
award.
probably need brand new boats or something
Mm-hmm.
for the police department or wildlife, fish and wildlife.
It would have to be included in the budget award that's attached to the federal award, whether the activity includes Rhoda. Yeah.
Okay, that's it, thank you. So be included.
Thank you. We are trying. I do know our boating safety team, our DPS, RD, even with DFEMS, I do know they speak to their counterparts. They do express their need to update and enhance their assets, only to be able to support in times of distress calls, right? And so that's something we would love to continue that conversation and definitely be included. Whatever we can do to provide support or information, we do have that available, and I do know that they have been aggressive in asking.
Thank you, Chair, I yield.
Thank you, Representative Yanktamai. Are there any other questions from the members? I recognize Representative Angelo Camacho.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I have to ask because it just keeps staring at me, this document. But so during yesterday's hearing with the other agencies, I guess a lot of the concerns brought up was training and travel. But I'm looking at the tobacco settlement fund, and it seems like there's already 85,000 that's been expensed. So I guess my question is, have the staff used this funding as well for travel and trainings?
So during the time of austerity, when we were really limited with funds, and remember, I was only given to my office where we had about 10,000 a month. Out of that 10,000, 5,000 would go to fuel, about 3 to 4,000 go to communication, and whatever else remaining would be to buy whatever departments would submit. And of course, I had to stretch it out as best we can. But the fuel we were offering, we supplied not only my office, but all the departments, with the exception of DFEMS and DPS, who would get assistance from their respective counterparts. We also continuously ask our delegation for help. At one point, I do know the governor provided help with fuel, but when we received it, that's really what held us afloat during that time where funds were very, very limited. I've been very transparent and open to my delegation. I've shared with them what we use our funding for, and so the tobacco was really what bridged us to provide the support. We do also cover and provide the support for our youth programs. That's where the tobacco, any of the programs pertaining to our kids, we use that fund to support our youth programs.
And I really believe that, Secretary of Finance or Department Head mentioned that there's, updates on the system and whatnot, and I believe it's important for each staff member to update themselves as well. So I know we're really scarce with funding right now, so my suggestion for the meantimes, like temporary fix for now, is my office was already willing to procure a projector, and maybe perhaps we can have some Zoom meetings or trainings and whatnot. And if that's an option that you're willing to take, we're more than happy to provide that for you. And I welcome other members to cost share as well. Thank you.
But sorry, if I can just add, Duke, Representative, we do provide support. Some departments have asked for our office to cover, to provide training off island. We have provided that to some of the departments that have asked.
Thank you, Mayor. And a lot was on yesterday's proceeding was addressed concern about the needed training for the whatever's updated in Munis. So maybe, Madam Secretary, there were a lot of concerns that, most especially the your Department of Finance here in the first senatorial day, because Munis sometimes gets updated, and sometimes they even explain that there are like video clips on how to to go into Munis and go and follow the video, but when they actually go through that process, they're still getting on a dead end. So that is a great concern, and I'm hoping that maybe perhaps there's at least maybe somebody from Saipan can be physically traveling here, so that there's that one-to-one fiscal training. Yes, please.
Thanks for that. I know that we started doing our outreach support sessions for the municipalities, and our first was to provide the IT support to make sure that you have the proper connection and access, so that when we schedule the in-person training for the staff, that they're able to do. So I know that if they're trying to do their own self-taught training, maybe they don't have the right access, and that's why there's a block in the system. So we've made that first contact with the agencies, make sure that they're connected, their access is there. One of the concerns, Ms. Mayor, that they have shared with my staff was their outdated equipment. They have a lot of outdated computers, and so that also poses a problem for both connection. They're losing connection constantly because they have outdated computers. So those are the notes that we've taken back, but for the most part, they were very happy that we were able to bring out some IT support for them, and that we should be ready for now our next phase, which is scheduling the in-person trainings. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That is great news. Are there any other questions? Recognize Representative Julie Ogo.
This question is actually for us, Secretary Tracy Norita. Just wondering, does Department of Finance Resident Director have full access to on Munis as far as, like for example, collections on a daily basis or things like that? Yeah.
She should for the municipality level, because they collect, they close, they audit their own collections, and they do their own deposits. So I believe so, she should.
Including like federal funds and stuff like that. If
Federal funds,
for the municipality.
She should have access to the grants if they are the authorized representative on the grant. So federal funds are separate from the local collections here in the municipality. So as long as the federal grant has them as an authorized person, then they will have access to the federal grant.
Okay.
But if not, then it is managed by Saipan Federal Section.
I know that when we ask for certification of funds, I know it goes through, of course, your office for final, approval on the review. Does ROTA have the RD for ROTA has that capability to generate reports and then for your certification?
They should have, as long as they have access to the accounts. They should be able to run reports. I think as that what our staff has seen is just the IT part of it needed to be fixed first to make sure that they have access to the correct accounts, and then to the modules that they need. So now that that's done, again, we're scheduling our follow-up so that we can move forward to the next step, which is more on reporting and using the system, get questions on what they'd like to do. So now that the IT part should be resolved, then we can move forward. But again, there's some staff that need computers that they would like to for their training purpose, especially because we do a lot of virtual training with our Munis PACE program, which is our post-implementation support. All the support we're getting from Munis right now is all virtual. And the number one, other than the computers, the concerns that the ROTA agencies that have shared is their internet connection. Sometimes it's just not stable enough to attend. So I know that the desire is there, they want to attend, they're attending through their phone. And of course, if you're doing a Munis reporting training, you can't do that on your phone, but they're there just trying to listen in, which it's very concerning for me because we're trying to build capacity, but if the technology is not available, the internet connection is not stable, it's a real challenge. So it doesn't matter if we are here in person, if the internet connection is not stable, we can't even assist. So, I mean, maybe we need to consider other connections like Starlink, something that's more stable, so that we can move forward, because we're really finding a lot of issues like that, yeah. But we're aware, we're trying to assist, and we're just taking it phase by phase. Yeah.
I guess the reason why I asked, because when I request for certification of funds, sometimes it takes 3 a month, and if they have that capability to put up reports and then generate it and then forward it for your approval, would that be possible now?
At this time, no, because what we are doing is updating our system balances from the rollover from JDE to Munis, and it requires a review from our financial services director, Ms. Bernie Palocious. So we have our staff, and it runs through multiple reviews, and then it also goes to OMB. So after that point, once it's certified, then they'd be able to run their own reports. But we have a big workload, right? The volume that comes to our office in terms of requests, we have to prioritize. So sometimes it's coming from the legislature, it's coming from the agencies, but sometimes it's also coming from investigations. And so with the limited staff that we have, but the volume of requests is not going down, I understand it kind of has
That's the reason
causes
why
a
I'm asking
delay.
if you have that capability or access.
Eventually,
yeah.
we do get there. Because that's why I brought my staff with me today that you work directly with for fund certifications, so that they can hear the concerns that the municipality is having regarding fund certifications. But again, just bear with us as we deal with many different requests coming from all directions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Rep. Julie. And just a follow-up on with the internet issue, and I'm glad that you mentioned that, Madam Secretary, with the Starlink, and maybe perhaps, Mayor, we have the broadband office that maybe we can reach out with them. I know that the Mayor of Northern Islands had availed themselves of Starlink, for internet communication purposes, and it seems like it's doing well there in Northern Ireland. So maybe that's something that maybe we can upgrade the connectivity here in Rhoda, so that we don't have that glimpse of with regards to Munis with the Department of Finance. Are there any other questions? If there's no further questions, Honorable Mayor Aubrey Hokuk, we thank you and your cabinet members and the leaders of Rhoda and the people of Rhoda for always a never-ending great warm welcome and hospitality. I know that we, the committee, every time there's an opportunity to come this way, we always are looking forward to it. And it's always great to come in person and meet your municipality and your people to hear the concerns, and we are grateful to be here. And with that, are there any, let me recognize Representative Julie Ogo.
Thank you, Chairman Sablons. Also, I would like to, myself and the leaders of ROTA, the mayor of ROTA, we would like to, give thanks to the committee for, coming down. And I really appreciate that, when we were about to start this budget hearing, I requested Chairman Sablon if we can make ROTA and Tinian first, so that way any questions and concerns, we can bring it up to the central department when it comes their turn to, for us to hear them out. So we really appreciate, we thank you, and again, we hope to see you back again. Jesus Masi, Mayor.
Thank you, and yes, I know that Madam Secretary and Ms. V is looking forward to join us also in Tinian in the next 2 weeks. So with that, Honorable Mayor, I'll give you the floor for the last words before we adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, on behalf of our staff, our ROTA leadership, we just again would like to thank you for your time and in hearing myself and our resident department heads, right? We get so many concerns, recommendations from our people, right? And so we filter that in through our respective departments. And during the time when we're planning to submit the budget proposal, I tell my RDs, please put down what you need and echo that sentiment, be that champion in front of this body, in front of the Senate members who will be coming down and doing their respective budget hearings. But just so that we can at least echo, right, the concerns of the needs of our people. And like I mentioned earlier, it's difficult to be in your shoes because everybody needs help one way or another, and how to balance that out, that's a big responsibility. But I thank you, and I'm very grateful for your time to hear what our ask and what our needs are, and I hope that you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So we move down to our next order of business announcement. So I guess the chair has only one announcement, that we are having our next budget hearing for the 2nd Senatorial District on the 16 and 17 of this month. And with that, we move now to our last order of business, adjournment, and we are now adjourned. Thank you.